In need of more speed? Upgrade to Focus Broadband's Gigabit Internet and experience lightning-fast speeds for all your online needs. And as a local company with local customer service, we're just around the corner and a quick phone call away.
Welcome to the Farm Bureau Insurance and Focus Broadband Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. I'm Sam Hickman with Focus Broadband TV, joined as always by the best color analyst and the business and dear friend, Jay Combs. Jay, welcome back. We are in about a 30-minute weather delay, but a few moments away, about 10, 11 minutes away from getting started. This two-night event. Northside, Jacksonville, and Topsail will be the first scrimmage of the night. 16 teams here will compete over the course of the next two nights. Welcome back to the football table, partner.
Thank you, Sam, and it's good to be here. You know, about 45 minutes ago, I thought we were just going to pack up everything and go on home because it got dark, it got rainy, it was lightning, and we have now sat through the second of a pair of rain delays. But right now, you see blue sky and a real nice weather night to have the 2023 Bash at the Beach.
So the first scrimmage of the night, Northside Jacksonville against Topsail. So, Jay, for those of you who maybe didn't join us last year for the Jamboree, we will have 4 scrimmages tonight and 4 more tomorrow night. Again, we're about 10 minutes away from getting started. Thank you for joining us here on Focus Broadband TV. We will be back with a night full of football here on Focus Broadband TV, starting in about 10 minutes. Thank you, folks. Welcome to the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree, coming to you again from the campus of West Brunswick High School in Charlotte. We are almost set to get started tonight. First scrimmage, Northside Jacksonville against the Pirates of Topsail. Later tonight, we'll have Havelock against New Hanover, Wallace Rose Hill against Laney, and East Duplin against Hoggard. Then we'll have 4 more scrimmages tomorrow night. This is a 16-team, 2-night event. The way it works is the 8 Mideastern Conference teams will compete against other teams from southeastern North Carolina. Tonight, Northside Jacksonville will start from its own 25-yard line against the Pirates of Topsail. I'm Sam Hickman, joined as always by Jay Combs. We'll have Mike Maurer with you later in the evening. Jay, excited to get started.
It's time for football, Sam, and the kids are ready to go. They're out lined up over the ball on the field. So the 23-24 high school football season is just about ready to go.
Northside Jacksonville in the shotgun, hands the ball off on first down for a pickup of about 4 yards out to the 29. That will set up a 2nd and 6. And Jay, just for our viewers, as you're watching throughout the night, each game, if you will be 2 12-minute quarters. The clock will stop on incomplete passes and timeouts, so the clock will run normal, but it will be 2 12-minute quarters. Another handoff. Topsail stacks the back in the backfield. It was number 14 for Northside Jacksonville on the carry. Who I don't have on the roster, partner.
Well, early on, that's a occupational hazard that we face, right, every season, as the teams are still getting settled on who's going to be playing this year.
So 3rd down and 7. Pass out to the left is incomplete. It was intended for number 13, Anthony Cooper, but fell to the turf incomplete. That was senior quarterback K.J. Pollock handling the quarterback duties for Northside Jacksonville. And Jay Pollock, number 10, he does not look like a high school quarterback, does he? He is a big kid.
Well, I'll tell you what, he had a wonderful season last year for the Monarchs. 21 touchdown passes, almost 1,900 yards through the air. He can chuck it.
And Jay, I tell you, another surprising note as a fair catch was called for by number 6, Caden Wilson. Northside Jacksonville last year, if I'm not mistaken, was 1-9. Jay, this is a tradition-rich program. They've been really good in the 2000s. So Northside Jacksonville, not a whole lot of 1-9s if you go through their year-by-year results.
Yeah,
so the Monarchs looking to rebound.
Coached by Kendrick Pollock. I wonder if he might be related to the quarterback, KJ.
I'm thinking so.
They play in the 3A, 4A Big Carolina Conference, and as Sam said, 1-9 overall, 1-5 in their conference last year. They scored 18 points a game, but they gave up nearly 35 a game.
And if you noticed on the punt, Jay, special teams it was dead, if you will. So they'll snap it and they'll punt it, but because of the high risk of injuries on special teams plays, they will not be live. First down pass was complete for 6 yards. I think that was over to number 8, Ryder Wilcox.
Wilcox
made the grab.
Yeah, with the catch, and I think it was Elijah Hebron.
It was
at quarterback.
Topsail airing it out here early. That pass is called. Wilcox again across the 40 to the 39-yard line, a gain of 16 yards and a Pirate first down. Jay, I don't know if you remember last year. I mean, I think it may have been 3 games before a defense got its first stop. So to go 3 and out tonight on the first series, that was in stark contrast to last year's Bash at the Beach scrimmage.
Plenty of time.
Oh, Northside got to him and brings Hebron down around midfield, a loss of 11 yards. That was number 30, Keon Anderson, the junior linebacker on the sack. So, boy, Jay, we talk a lot about staying in front of the chains. Well, Topsail's found itself behind the chains here, facing a 2nd and 24.
I think that was a coverage sack. He had a lot of time to throw.
A little flare route. He's got a lot of running room. Finally pushed out of bounds around the 34-yard line. That was number 22, John Wolfenbarger, the tight end there on the grab. Gained about 19 yards, and it will bring up a 3rd and 5 for Topsail.
Yeah, Sam, John Wolfenbarger is a great kid. He nice enough to participate in some interviews at the luncheon this week.
Hebron trying to turn the corner, but he's got very little running room over there. Maybe picked up a yard to the 33-yard line. And Jay Topsail in that weird spot on the field. It would be about a 50-yard field goal attempt from here, but 4 yards to go. So 4th and 4 from the 33. Looks like the Pirates will leave their offense on the field. 9 minutes to go in the opening quarter. 4th down. Hebron drops back, looking for a receiver, and it was blown dead. Topsail head coach Jack Teachy calls for a timeout, and they want to talk about it before this 4th and 4 play.
Sam, looking at some of those big offensive linemen for Topsail, and
Thomas Bennett, 78.
He for sure catches my eye. We don't have any stats on him per se, but the Topsail last year, Coach Jack Teachy did a pretty darn good job. 5 and 6, 3 and all. They averaged 20 a game. They gave up 26, and they got to replace a lot of seniors that they had from last season's squad. But had a big win during the regular season, 36-34 over South Brunswick, and I think once they won that game, they started getting some confidence and were very competitive for the 2022 season.
So 4th and 4 from the 33-yard line. The Pirates need the 29 for a 1st down. Shotgun formation, shotgun snap. He's got a man on the wheel route. It's Wolfenbarger, makes the grab. He's drugged down at the 6-yard line. A gain of 27 yards and a Pirate 1st down, 1st and goal inside the 10.
How about John Wolfenbarger? Like I was mentioning, he was one of our 3 interviewees from Topsail, and certainly off to a terrific start here this evening.
And 2 catches for about 45 yards. Now he's in the backfield with Hebron. He's pass blocking this time. Hebron looking for a man, throws it over the middle of the field. Had a man, Ryder Wilcox, but just threw it a little bit out of Wilcox's reach, setting up a 2nd and goal from the 6-yard line. Good job by Hebron to
Sam,
elude pressure there.
Yeah, Northside's got to figure out a way to get a little pressure on the quarterback. Hebron's got all kinds of time to throw and has, for the most part, taken advantage of it.
Sprints out to the right, throws back across the middle of the field, and he could not connect with Wilcox on the 1st down play. He does just that on 2nd and goal from the 6. It is a touchdown, Topsail, and the Pirates take a 6-0 lead with 8:22 left in the 1st quarter of the 1st scrimmage of the night. Jay, looks like the Pirates will bring on the kicking team, and Caden Robles, the sophomore place kicker for the Pirates, will try to increase that lead to 7-0. And here's something. Wilcox came off the field to celebrate his touchdown and ran right back out there as the 11th man on the extra point team. Oh.
Okay.
So it looks like the holder had struggled to get the ball down on the tee, and Robles kind of had to hesitate there, missed the extra point, and now we'll get our 2nd look at the Northside Jacksonville offense. Topsail leading 6-0, 8:22 left in the 1st quarter.
Yeah, that's why we're practicing, right, Sam? I mean, this is a scrimmage, so And probably Robles, I don't know if he kicked for them last year or not, but he's only a 10th grader. So this is the time of the year to kind of work on all aspects of the game, but certainly special teams will get special attention as both of these squads play this evening.
So Northside and senior quarterback KJ Pollock back onto the field for the second time. Pollock throws low for his intended receiver, number 6, Jamboree Ridges, setting up a 2nd and 10 for the Monarchs.
You know, they had a kid last year, I think his name was Holiday, Tyree Holiday. He had 14 receptions, and he's moved on, graduated, so they're trying to find some more receivers.
This pass complete to Ridges for about 12 or 13 yards and a first down. And Jay, for Holiday, I think that was 14 touchdown catches.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Even still, 14 catches would have been double my career receptions total. So no, excuse me, 7 times more.
And I think double the amount I completed. So
yeah, there you go. So first down of the night for the Monarchs, and boy, Topsail blew that one up in the backfield. That's a loss of about 6 or 7 yards on first down, and the Monarchs behind the chains after Reese Hunter, big number 71, makes a tackle for loss. Let's see, ball's at the 31. The Monarchs need the 47 for a first down, so 2nd and 16 as we approach the 7-minute, 45-second mark here in the first quarter.
Yeah, Sam, you look down the Pirates roster, and a lot of juniors and sophomores, not a whole bunch of seniors.
Well, bubble screen action falls incomplete, and they're going to say it was a forward pass. Falls incomplete. It was intended for number 43, John Smith. Boy, Jay, if the first game crowd is any indication, there's going to be a lot of folks here in the next 2 nights. Since the weather improved, so too has the crowd.
Well, and you got some really nice matchups here early on.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, if Northside Jacksonville Northside Jacksonville versus Topsail is the appetizer, then we've got some main courses right around the corner.
You got 3 main courses.
Yeah, I mean, Havelock and New Hanover, Wallace Rose Hill versus Laney, and then the nightcap is the defending 2A state champion East Duplin Panthers against Hoggard.
Against little old Hoggard.
Yeah,
right,
exactly. Buckle up, folks. It's going to be an action-packed night here at MH Rourke Stadium on the campus of West Brunswick High School.
And Saturday evening, you'll see North, South, and West Brunswick, all the 3A schools play. So
Pollock rolls out. He's got a man. The catch was made by Smith there at the 35, but gain of only 9 yards, and Northside needed about 21, so that will bring on the punt team for the 2nd time tonight.
Well, good start defensively for Topsail. They needed to make improvements on that side of the ball based off of their season last year. Looks like they're off to a good start.
Punt bounces at about the 36. Wilson fields it at the 30. Punt of about 35 yards. Topsail will take over on offense at the 31-yard line. 7 minutes, 11 seconds left in the opening frame. And Topsail, after scoring on its first possession of the game, will try to add to its 6-0 lead.
Yeah, Hebron is a quarterback, a wide receiver, and a defensive back. And Caden Wilson, who is a stud athlete, also is a quarterback, wide receiver, and defensive back. I don't know if we'll see both of them tonight at quarterback.
Hebron's pass intended for number 23, Landon Cook. That falls incomplete, setting up a 2nd and 10 at the 31-yard line of the Pirates.
Yeah, Wilson was another one of the kids from Topsail that we had a chance to talk to, and a great young man. And Austin Hobson as well, big guy, senior, plays on the offensive line and defensive line. Acquitted himself very well.
That pass intended out for Wilson. Made the initial man miss, but a good recovery there by defensive back number 8, Jahan McDougal. The senior DB brought him down at the 33-yard line. We'll call it a gain of 2 yards, setting up a 3rd and 8 for the Pirates of Topsail.
Yeah, McDougal, a couple of fumble recoveries last season and averaged 10 tackles a game. So the senior can stick it to you.
Wheel route, he's got a man wide open, and then number 10, Demarion Smith, the sophomore receiver, lost his feet at the 45-yard line, a gain of 12 yards and another Topsail first down. Jay, that's the second or third time in the first half of the first quarter that Topsail has run some kind of wheel route, and Northside secondary didn't have anyone there.
Yeah, successful every time, and I think the 40-yard line tripped Smith that time.
Rolls out to his right, fires a pass, same receiver, number 10, Demarion Smith made a nice catch on the flag route on the far sideline. A big gain of about 25 yards and a first down, Topsail.
And he's one of those sophomores I mentioned before, and there are a ton of them that are playing for Topsail here this evening. And Topsail, looks to me, Sam, brought a pretty good crowd
Sure
from
did.
Hampstead.
Dead ball, and maybe a good thing for Topsail, because Hebron had about 3 Monarchs around him when the play was blown dead.
Yeah, it looked like Keon Anderson was one of them, but they had Hebron all wrapped up.
So Topsail coming out, and basically the run and shoot is a development. They've, Jay, run about 10 plays, and 9 of them have been passes?
Yeah.
Or have they run it yet?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if they've run the ball, but they've certainly been successful throwing the ball tonight.
1st and 15 from the 39-yard line of the Monarchs. Hebron throws the deep ball, and it is floating. Boy, Jay, there was about 6 guys in the vicinity, or 5 at least, and it falls to the turf incomplete. Maybe wet football. That looked like a pass thrown in wet conditions. It just kind of fluttered on Hebron.
Well, he was looking for Wilcox, I think, but there were, as you mentioned, 5 kids back there. Well, 3 of them had
navy blue jerseys.
Yeah, dark shirts on. So, but once again on that play, Sam, as has been the case all night long, Hebron has plenty of time to throw. So either the offensive line for Topsail's doing a great job of blocking, or the defensive front 7 for Jacksonville just not able to get any pressure.
Boy, Northside brought the
Here comes
house.
some pressure. There you go.
Just threw the kitchen sink at Topsail and knocked down Hebron, a loss of about 15 yards. Hebron ruled down at the 49-yard line. Well, they need the Northside 24 for a first down. So, Jay, 3rd and 27 coming up for the Pirates.
Yeah, Trevon Hale, or Haley Jr., came from the top of your screen, and nobody put a block on him. So sets up a 3rd down and long, as Sam mentioned.
Hebron drops back. He's under pressure again. Oh, pass intended for Wilson was high as Hebron threw it under duress. Falls to the turf incomplete. And a 4th and 27. Jay, Topsail would be doing good here to get a punt to the first down marker down here at the 24-yard line. They are a long way away from the line to gain. Obviously, they're going to kick it away, and it'll change possessions.
And Sam, who is punting? Is that 7?
It looks like number
Hebron?
7.
That's Our
That's the
buddy
quarterback.
Elijah, yeah.
Remember, special teams are not live, so they will snap it and they will kick it, but no one else will really move. Directional kick. Muffed, if you can muff a punt when it's not live.
Yeah.
And then down at the 27-yard line.
And you know
So the Monarchs dodge a bullet there after the muff punt, but will maintain possession inside their own 30. And, Jay, we'll see if that Northside Jacksonville offense can find its footing after, sluggish start? Is that fair?
Yeah, you saw the pressure that time by Hale and by Sante, number 3. Wow.
Man, they got after him quick on
Chain gang.
Second down sack. Here comes Pollock in the shotgun, and man, Jay, Northside's just getting dominated up front. When they hand that ball off, that Topsail defensive line is just swallowing up the Northside ball carrier.
Several white shirts on the ball that time, trying to get a number of that interior, the defensive line. But you're right, Sam, putting a lot of pressure. Boom.
That pass caught. Topsail does a good job bringing down the receiver. It was number 6, Jamboree Ridges, who makes his second catch of the night. Good for about 6 yards, marked down at the 29. And Northside needs the 37 for a first down. So we'll call it 3rd and 8 here. 4:05 left in the opening frame.
Yeah, and I figured out who's putting the pressure on for Topsail. It's 52 Hobson, straight up the middle.
Bringing pressure this time. Northside did a good job picking it up, but then Pollock was sacked, and we got a flag down right about where the sack was. Let's see what the call is. It was a holding against Northside. Must not have been a very good hold because they still got to Pollock and brought him down. So, Jay, that's certainly one that would be declined. Topsail will take the result of the play, and it will result in the 3rd Northside punt of the first quarter.
Well, right on cue, I had mentioned Austin was having his way up front, and he gets credit for the sack that time. What'd you say, Sam? That was a not so good holding?
I mean, if you're going to hold them,
Yeah.
don't let them get to your quarterback, right? It may have been on a totally different lineman
probably.
for all I know, but
Yeah. You know, they're practicing. We are too, you know.
you got that right.
At this time of the year. And the officials are as well.
Yeah. Jay, I am confused by what just happened.
You are? I've never known you to be confused.
Maybe that's back where he got sacked, but now he punts it away, and a good catch by Wolfenbarger at his own 42-yard line. So Topsail's offense will take over. 1st and 10, the 42-yard line.
When I interviewed John this week, I was trying to get his name right, and I think maybe 1 out of 7. And he laughed. He said, Mr. Combs, don't worry. He said, I'm used to it, right? There's a lot of letters in Wolfenbarger, but a lot of football player in Wolfenbarger as well.
Yeah, he's had a nice first quarter here this evening.
Man, Caraway's trying to sell them Chick-fil-A tonight, isn't he?
Sure is. Working hard at it. Hebron rolls out to his right. Got a man in the middle of the defense. That is Wilcox. A gain of 14 yards and a first down, Pirates. Man, Hebron looks comfortable back there, Jay.
You know what? Comfortable is the right word. He was very poised on that throw. You know, that was well defended, but he rocketed it right in the right place.
Wilcox, a popular receiver here early. Screen, Wolfenbarger slipped out of the backfield, made a man miss, still on his feet, delivers some punishment around the 31-yard line, brought down at the 28, a gain of 16 yards, and another Topsail first down.
Well, another good pass play between Hebron and John Wolfenbarger, and the Pirates look to be like in mid-season form, and we're just about 9 minutes into the very first quarter of a scrimmage.
Shotgun snap. That one's going to be blown dead, partner.
Maybe procedure.
Procedure penalty against Topsail. That'll set up a 1st and 15 from about the 34-yard line.
Sam, now you got me thinking, have they run the ball? They being Topsail? I don't. If they have, not many times.
Yeah, I'm not remembering
Yeah.
one off the top of my head.
Pretty much through the air here in the first quarter.
So 1st and 15. 2 receivers to the top, 2 to the bottom, across the middle. Well, Jay, nope, incomplete. It was actually intended for number 10, Smith, but over his head and nearly caught by Wilcox down here at the bottom of the screen. Or is that 6, Wilson? That's 6, sorry, folks. That is Caden Wilson, who almost made a remarkable catch there.
And you saw the difference when Northside Jacksonville put some pressure on Hebron. He's thrown the ball well, but tough to throw when you got 2 defenders in your face. This might be a run.
Out to the left, Hebron wrapped up and dropped at the 34-yard line, so officially no gain.
It looked like that time Hebron elected rather than toss the ball to Wolfenbarger. He kept it, of course, made the read and paid the price that time. Sets up a 3rd and long situation for the Pirates.
Third and 15 from the 34. Topsail needs the 19 for a first down. Hebron rolls out to his left. He's got all kinds of running room. First down and then some. Big collision about the 10-yard line. He's actually marked out at the 11, but a gain of 23 yards and a Topsail first down.
Nice pop that time by McDougal for Northside, but not until Hebron had picked up a big gain on that run. Looking to see if there's any, I think, looking back from last year, 117 yards rushing, 5 catches for Hebron, 3 interceptions on the defensive side
this
of the ball.
This time he does pitch it to Wolfenbarger. Good tackle out on the perimeter.
Yeah, somebody in blue wrapped him up well.
Cameron Napier
nice
on the tackle, but I think it may have been a procedure penalty of some kind against Topsail. It was kind of thrown in that area, but we'll find out soon enough. No, I don't think so. No flag on the play. It was waved off, so no gain officially on the run by Wolfenbarger. Setting up well, Jay, it looks like Topsail could get a first down without scoring. So, 2nd and 9 from the 10. Hebron rolls out, stops, got a man, touchdown, number 10. Demarion Smith got wide open there. Hebron put it right on the 1 and the 0, and it is a touchdown Pirates. 1:33 left in the first quarter, and it's 12-0 Topsail's advantage.
That's pretty good way to conclude the first quarter for sophomore Demarion Smith. Caught several passes from Hebron, and the last of which is for a touchdown. So will they go for 2, or can they go for 2? I guess they can. No, maybe not. Because they're not supposed to defend.
Yep, so they are going for two.
Let's see what
so
happens.
this will be live. Topsel trying to make it 14-0. He throws a pass out to Wolfenbarger. And, Jay, they're going to get another crack at it because there's going to be a roughing the passer penalty.
Yeah, if it is, it's number 9, Doris Adamson. Now, the only reason I call that out is because my wife's name is Darius. And that's about as close as you're going to get.
There can only be one.
She has been called everything in her life, including Doris, but this is a different Doris. He can pop you, where she pops me too. So
yeah, that's
maybe
right.
I
Don't
better
you
be
get
careful
in trouble.
there. Yeah, but anyhow.
I've got Miss Darius in that matchup of one-on-ones. So, Jay, now they get a yard and a half closer, and we'll bring Robles on for the extra point. Good time to practice that. And this time, the kick is up, and it is perfect. Robles knocks in the extra point, making it 13-0 Pirates. And, Jay, we're going to get another look at the touchdown pass from the 9-yard line. Habron rolled out, looked left, had a wide open Demarion Smith for a touchdown. And, Jay, Demarion, a sophomore.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this may be his first varsity action. And if so, he's busting on the scene, isn't he?
Yeah, this is easy peasy for Demarion Smith, or at least he's made it look that way here in the early stages of this quarter tonight.
So Northside takes over. Looks like they've got a play here. Topsel does a good job flying to the football. John Smith, the recipient of that KJ Pollock pass. And he's knocked down at the, 27-yard line. Gain of about 2 yards, setting up a 2nd and 8.
And that was my guy Wolfenbarger in on the hit that time. So John showing his defensive abilities as well as offense here this evening.
1 minute left in the first quarter. Boy, Jay, that pass was thrown a long way from all the way from the right hash, an out route to the far side of the field. I mean, that was probably, 30 yards in the air, 25 yards in the air.
Let me tell you.
Picked up about 15 yards and a first down.
Yeah, he threw it 40 to get 15. That was a heck of a throw.
Yeah, I think it was 12 yards officially, but a good pitch and catch from Northside Jacksonville.
The Monarchs. Left. You don't hear many teams called the Monarchs, do you?
That pass intended for number 6, Jamari Ridges. Falls to the turf incomplete.
Nathan Evers just whispered into my ear for the very first time in this 23 football season, reminding me that the Old Dominion Monarchs are
ODU.
Yeah, and they're pretty darn good.
2nd and 10 for these Monarchs, the Northside Jacksonville Monarchs. Ball is at the 40-yard line of Northside Jacksonville.
I'll have to go back and look. One of the interviews that we had this week, one of the kids, I think he had ODU real high on his list. May have been Mr. Mosley from North Brunswick. If that's the case, ODU would get a good ball player. Oh, nice.
Good hit. Good pitch. Good catch, but erased by number 34, Chris Haffer.
Wow. Perfect timing, Chris. Nice, clean hit. I think Coach Teach's got to be happy about the defense played by the Pirates this evening.
10 seconds left in the opening frame. Northside going to try to get this snap off before the quarter ends. They do just that. It's a deep ball, jump ball, and incomplete. Bridges, the intended receiver, And the last play of the first quarter results in an incomplete pass. So after the short break, Northside will have a 4th and 8 from its own 42-yard line. Topsail outscores Northside 13-0 in the first quarter of the Bash at the Beach football jamboree. We'll take a short break and be right back for the start of the second quarter. And we're back for the start of the second quarter. Topsail leading Northside 13-0. Northside going to keep its offense on the field for this 4th and 8. Pollock's got the snap, fires an out route well over the head of the intended receiver, number 80, Jacoby Jones. So Topsail's offense will take over 1st and 10 with really good field position, partner, at the 42-yard line of the Monarchs.
Hey, you know, we're on Facebook and also on channel 910 and 3 on Focus Cable. And one of our Facebook, our Facebook fans wrote in and said, don't forget the Methodist College Monarchs. So apparently there's a whole bunch more Monarchs in football than I had any idea, which is not surprising.
Who knew? Hebron over the middle of the field. Call a shoestring grab by the sophomore, number 10, Demarion Smith, having himself a half of football at the Bash at the Beach football jamboree. 4 catches, including a touchdown in the early going, and then starts the second quarter with a pickup of 17 yards and a Topsail first down.
Yes, Sam, we don't have weight and height of the kids yet, but it doesn't look to me like Demarion Smith is that big of a player, but
5'7",
he sure is. He's playing big tonight.
Little tunnel screen action. Now it's Northside's turn to deliver a big hit. I think that was number 8, Jahan McDougal with the big hit.
Yeah, he, as I mentioned earlier, averaged over 10 tackles a game last year for Coach Kendrick Pollock's Monarchs, and kind of showed right there he knows how to bring down an offensive player.
Second and 14. Ball's at the 29-yard line of the Monarchs. Hebron drops back. Slant pass for Caden Wilson falls incomplete.
Yeah, you know, Caden Wilson running a little slant, and he had actually broke open really well, and Hebron's pass just missed, but that's probably a play they might want to think about coming back to at some point.
He had a step, Jay. Looked like he was alone in the middle of the field.
Oh, Wilson's an athlete, dude. He can do a lot of things out on the football field, so you want to try to get the ball in his hands as many different ways as possible. Uh-oh. And who ends up with it?
Number 9 for Northside. Darice. Thank you. Darice Adamson, the senior defensive lineman, pounces on the loose ball, and the Monarchs have life partners.
Geez, who is now? I'm going to have to start paying for him. I'm already paying for Caleb Combs over at South Brunswick, and now I got to pay for Doris Adamson at Northside Jacksonville, but a great play by Adamson at that time. So let's see if Northside can get things rolling offensively.
It has been a slow go of it offensively for Northside through the first quarter and some change, but that will help, partner. Gain of about 7 yards there.
Yeah, little
8 yards.
Pollock that time, little play action, and really rifled the ball in nicely. 1,850 yards passing last year for KJ.
Ooh, big hit in the hole for no gain. Man, I tell you what, that Topsail defense is a physical one, isn't it?
Is that Walter Moore, number 12? You don't see 12. Must be in a linebacker position, but yeah, that's a big-time hit. Moore is a junior tackle and inside linebacker, and you can see why after that.
There,
Nice.
John Smith on the catch again. Pollock and Smith have built a nice little connection here. John Smith just having a nice receiving first half for the Monarchs.
And a real good delivery that time by Pollock.
Now, we're certain the quarterback's name is Pollock.
I hope so.
But 43, we could use some help on.
Yeah.
If anybody's watching out there and knows Mr. John Smith, the receiver for Northside Jacksonville. Jay, we're in mid-season form, baby. Mid-season form.
Yeah, that's kind of sad, isn't it? I mean, it's sad that our mid-season won't be much better than this tonight. Right?
I'll tell you who is in mid-season form is Nathan Evers.
Oh, Nathan's doing a great job.
The man. And we got even more help.
How about
camera operators, extraordinaires, Brent Gallant, Ian Lopez, the real stars of the show, and we just sit up here with headsets on and, ramble on.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Which we're exceptionally gifted at.
Luckily,
what can I say?
Luckily, the picture doesn't lie, and those guys make sure that you get the right picture.
Oh, Jay, Topsail jumped the bubble screen. I thought 34, Chris Hafer there might intercept that one and take it to the house, but Pollock wisely threw it over everyone's head. But, man, Hafer was right there. He read that one perfectly.
Third and call it what, 6? Okay, so this is probably one of the better drives of the evening for Northside Jacksonville.
Oh, good pitch and catch. And driven out of bounds around the 18-yard line, but good enough for a Northside first down. Jacoby Jones. Jacoby Jones on the reception.
You know, Jacoby has started to show up here in the early part of this second quarter. No blockers back this time.
Pop pass to John Smith. It's a race around the edge, and Smith has won it. He is in. An 18-yard touchdown from K.J. Pollock to John Smith has the Monarchs on the board with 8:32 left in this scrimmage, cutting it to a one-score game. Topsail 13, Northside 6. Jay, well-designed play. Good job of execution by Northside on that.
For sure, and a good time to call it, right, Sam? We haven't seen that at all this evening, and boy, they lined up with nobody in the backfield except Pollock, and he gets the ball to Smith, who shows us some speed, and first score of the year for Northside Jacksonville.
Northside home for the extra point attempt. And John Smith scores the touchdown, and now he's the holder. Hold is down. Kick is up. Kick is money. Jay, we're going to get another look at that touchdown. Take us through it, partner.
Yeah, let's watch it. Here you go. There's Jones just going straight across the back of the offensive line, and the little pop pass from Pollock, and well, you see it. It's a nice little pop pass touchdown for the first score of the year for Jacksonville.
Jaybird, speed kills. And it was just a foot race to the edge between Smith and Mason Sheehan, and Smith won it. I mean, he just turned on the burners, and that was all she wrote.
Can't teach speed, Sam.
Cannot, or I would have learned it.
Yeah, we would have tried to learn it. Right. Excellent point.
So Hebron back in action, and here's our guy, Jay, the dynamic sophomore, number 10, Demarion Smith on the carry.
You know, not to draw names from the past, but doesn't he remind you a little bit of J.J. Cobb from?
He does.
You know, from West Brunswick, and I'm not sure. J.J. didn't wear 10, I don't think.
He wore 7.
Yeah, but
yep.
Diminutive, you know, can run out of the backfield, can receive the ball. So.
Yeah, versatile slot receiver.
Yeah, may have a keeper here in sophomore Demarion Smith.
No doubt. Hebron drops back. Oh, Wolfenbarger got all kinds of running room. The big fella across the 40, down at the 44-yard line, a gain of about 20 yards and a Topsail first down.
Well, let me tell you, Hebron did a good job of waiting until Wolfenbarger cleared and then got the ball to him, and John did the rest. Really nice play design and execution by the Pirates.
1st and 10, Topsail at its own 43-yard line. 8+ minutes left in the first scrimmage of the night. Completed pass, maybe picked up a yard to the 44.
Jack
Not much
O'Day.
else.
Jack O'Day, first time tonight we've called his name out. Junior, wide receiver, outside linebacker.
Jay, I tell you, that Topsail front 5 has got some beef on it. Have to get a little insight from our guy Mike Maurer on that offensive line play from Topsail. I know that the Pirates have dropped back to pass a lot, and Hebron's had a lot of time. So
yeah,
as far as pass protection goes, they're doing a fine job, it seems.
I was going to say the same thing, Sam, that the O-line has enjoyed a real good first quarter and a half of the 23 football season for Topsail. Yeah, and we don't have, we got to see if we can't hit up the Topsail staff sometime to get those numbers because they look like they do have some beef up there.
Oh, Hebron under pressure. He escapes it, Jay. He's going to have a first down if he goes upfield. It's going to be very close. Very close to Jay. I think he's about a yard short. He kind of cut back toward midfield trying to make that last guy miss, and I think came up about a half yard short or a yard short. Good run, just maybe at the very end. And I know there's no yellow line on the field for him to look at, but probably like to have that one back and just put his nose down and go for it. So 4th and a yard. Topsail leaves the offense on the field, and he's short. Northside Jacksonville comes up with a big 4th down stop. It was Wolfenbarger who was stoned on the 4th down call, and the referees are signaling Northside ball. So the Monarchs bow their necks on defense, come up with a stop on 4th and 1. And, Jay, they're 51 yards away from somehow taking a lead in this game.
That could very well be. They bent a little bit that time, but they sure didn't break, and they take over the ball in great field position here with lots of time to go here in quarter number 2, 6:48.
So, Jay-Bird, this is the first high school football season we've done together where we could really do some talking about your beloved Baltimore Orioles. It's been nothing but jokes the past few football seasons about the O's and, you know, when is it going to turn around and all these young, exciting prospects. Well, I know you've enjoyed baseball season this year.
I have, and I'm hoping that there'll be, you know, a lot more to come.
Yeah, we might still be talking about him in late October.
He's
got a man.
Look at this.
Oh, man, just over the outstretched arms
boy.
of number 6, Jamboree Ridges. Jay, that was a beautiful ball. I mean, he put that ball in a good spot.
Yep. They just did everything right that time except catch the ball, but really, really nicely executed play. And again, another play that maybe they want to file in the back of their head and come back out. And look at the sun on that field, Sam. 2 hours ago.
There certainly wasn't much of it at about 5:45.
No, sir, there was not.
Shotgun, 2nd and 10. Give up the middle, and Topsail all over it. Ball carrier picked up a yard to midfield, but it was set up at 3rd and 9. 6.5 minutes left in this opening scrimmage of the night. And Jay, after so-so start, Northside's really settled in and done some good things.
Yeah, and as you said, they're only one score away from tying this up or taking the lead.
Third and 9. Pollock's got the snap. Oh, it's picked off. Caden Wilson picks it off, and it is a house call. 55-yard interception return for a touchdown. And Jay, we said Northside was 50 yards away from perhaps taking the lead, and suddenly it's a 2-score game again. The pick 6 by Caden Wilson has put the Pirates in front 19-7. Boy, turnovers can flip a game so quickly, can't they?
Caden is a great athlete. He had 3 interceptions last season. To go with some fine quarterback play and rushing the ball as well. So not surprised at all to see Wilson step up there and take it back all the way.
.558 left in the opening scrimmage of the night. Topsail 19, Northside 7. Topsail brings on Robles for the extra point attempt. He did not convert on the first, split the uprights on the second. Wolfenbarger gets it down. The kick is up. The kick is good, and it's a 20-7 Topsail lead. Jay, let's see where the mix-up was for the Monarchs on this 3rd and 9 play.
Well, maybe the mix-up was throwing it around Caden Wilson, and he read that all the way and just stepped up.
It out.
The rest is just a race, and he's going to win a lot of those. So, yeah, and Robles now settling down 2 for 3. Place kicks. You see number 85 there.
Yep, 5:58 left in the first scrimmage of the night. Remember, we have 4 scrimmages tonight. This one, and then, boy, some heavyweight fights in the next 3. Havelock against New Hanover is on deck, followed by Wallace Rosehill versus Laney. And then the nightcap, the defending 2A state champion, East Duplin Panthers, against, as Jay beautifully said earlier in the night, Little Old Hoggard. So that one will be fun. 4A Power against the defending 2A state champs and East Duplin and head coach Battle Holly. We've got 3 just really juicy matchups after this one. The first night of the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. And that play is blown dead. False start penalty.
We haven't seen a lot of running the football here in this scrimmage. But when them boys take the field later on the night, Wallace Rosehill
and East Duplin,
you're going to see some football running, I'm telling you.
Oh, old school wing tee.
Mm-hmm.
Hit you in the face until you're tired of it. Just 2 really good programs. Oh, went down to his knees to make the catch, but it was complete.
Jacoby was a little confused that time, but wanted to make sure he had possession, and he did.
Yeah, and Jay, on a 1st and 15 play, pick up 7 of it back. Nothing wrong with that. Sets up a 2nd and 8. Hey, number 43, Northside Jacksonville. The lone Monarch touchdown was scored by Mr. William Johnson. Not sure how we got John Smith. Certainly we didn't make it up.
There's a good run.
The second down give by number 3, Moises Sante, the senior tailback, picks up good yardage, sets up a 3rd and, what, Jay? We'll call it 3?
Well, you hit that hole quick, didn't he?
So 3rd and 3, 3 receivers to the bottom of your screen, 1 lone receiver to the top, and they's just going to stand up, pitch and catch to Bridges. He's got some room, Jay. Still on his feet across the 40, driven out of bounds about the 39-yard line. Pitch and catch from Pollock to Ridges.
Boy, like the way that Jamboree Ridges made that first would-be tackler miss and then opened up the Jets and picked up some valuable yardage. That's a good possession for Jacksonville, given the situation. You know, 1st and 15, and look at him now down to the 40.
Man, I've been wanting to see Pollock take off and scramble. A kid his size, he thought about it that time, but the pocket just collapsed too fast. Topsail registers a sack and a loss of about 5 yards on 1st down. And Jay, they've overcome a 1st and 15. Now they'll have to overcome a 2nd and 15 later in the drive.
And Sam, that was my guy, Austin Hobson, again.
Man, you keep calling his name.
You know, in the middle of that line, bringing down the ball carrier.
He's going for Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree Player of the Night honors. That pass intended for Ridges, off his hands and incomplete, setting up a 3rd and 15 from the 44-yard line.
Tell you what, the ball was looked like that might have been a catchable ball.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, maybe a touch high, but I think Ridges himself would probably tell you he should have caught that one. So 3rd and 15 from the 44. The Monarchs need the 29 for a 1st down. Pollock's got the snap. He's trying to scoot through pressure and could not.
No.
He's brought down at the 47-yard line, sack, loss of 3, and it'll be 4th and 18 for the Monarchs. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left in the opening scrimmage of the night.
I think Hobson was involved in that scrum again, Sam. And
not surprising.
Someone else they called out as well. Didn't catch that number, but
4th and 18. 3 receivers to the bottom of your screen, 1 to the top. Pollock in the shotgun. 1 tailback joins him. Drops back, fires one down the seam.
Oh!
Right in the area of Ridges, but falls down incomplete. And it is a turnover on down. So Northside moved the ball inside the 40-yard line of Topsail, but turns it over on downs with 3:16 left in the first scrimmage of the night. Topsail leads 20-7. Jay, been a not perfect, but if you're head coach Jack Teachy, you got to be pretty pleased with what you've seen from your Pirates.
I think so. They've been solid on both sides of the ball here this evening. They get a pick 6, some real good throws by Hebron, some outstanding plays by Wolfenbarger, and of course I called out Hobson's name a lot as well on the interior of that line. So, yeah, I think Coach Teachy's got to be pleased with what he's seen so far.
Man, that's the first thing Caden Wilson has done wrong all night. He had some kind of issue with his face mask or his mouthpiece or visor or something, so they made him come off the field before that 1st down snap. Hebron, option pitch, looking for running room over to the right. No, running back number 23, Landon Cook, the junior, wrestled down across midfield at the 48-yard line, a gain of 5 yards, setting up a 2nd and 5 as the clock winds down on the first scrimmage of the night. We're under the 3-minute mark.
Take 5 on 1st down every time, won't you, Sam?
take it on second, too. In this case, option pitch out to
Ooh.
the left. A lot of running room.
Oh,
Nice big hit. William Johnson making plays on offense and defense for Northside. He's still down on the turf. On the carry was
Sidbury.
Josiah Sidbury.
he's a 10th grader.
Yeah, Jay, so on Topsail's roster, they've got this eight quarter.
Quarter.
So it's this North Carolina High School Athletic Association rule where some of these kids can play JV and varsity.
Okay.
I can't tell you the ins and outs of it, but some of these kids in these programs dress out on both nights,
Looky
and there
here.
is a touchdown. Speaking of number 6, Caden Wilson from 45 yards out dances through the Northside defense for a Topsail touchdown. 26-7 Pirates, 1:55 to go in the opening scrimmage.
That was a really, really
Nifty run.
well executed and called play. It was a direct snap that time to Wilson. And, gosh, he evaded the first wave of defenders and just outran everybody else.
Man, Jay, I sure hope the Charlotte Pirates look like the Topsail Pirates.
Hey,
Our first game out this season. Robles again. Jay, take us through this
let's
touchdown run.
Watch this one again. Yeah, that went right to Wilson. And that's pretty much all Wilson, right, all the way.
So, does Topsail have a two-headed monster at quarterback?
Well, they both can play some quarterback. They're listed at the position. They're just very kind of multiple talented kids.
So just moments away from our next scrimmage, which will be
Du-du-du.
Havelock against New Hanover.
Whoa.
A big boy matchup in the second game. Havelock against New Hanover. Jay, there will be some pads popping in that one.
You can say that again.
Incomplete pass by Northside on first down.
And I'll tell you, Sam, you know, I think I mentioned earlier kind of a rough beginning for fans coming out, but they're showing up now.
Yes, they are. As the sun showed up, so too did the fans. Pass caught by Jacoby Jones there across the 35.
Man, Pollock can wing it, man. He's got a
He
strong arm.
Yes, he can. Minute and a half left.
Oh,
Pass hits the ground, incomplete.
who be that? That's another one of them 8-quarter guys. I think was that 16. Check it. That's Batts.
Evan Batts.
That's a good football name,
Inside
isn't it?
linebacker, Evan Batts. Pollock drops back, fires a pass over the head of the intended receiver. So the clock stops with 1:25 left in the second quarter. Topsail leads 27-7. Set up a 3rd and 10 for the Monarchs.
You know, talking about the amount of people coming in here this evening, Sam, I was looking at some of the numbers from when it was just the football jamboree, the BB&T. And up in Wilmington, and I think there was about a 10-year run when the lowest attended game was 10,000. I mean, there was a string of 10, 11, 12,000.
A lot of folks rolling into Legion Stadium back in those days. Let's see here, Jay Bird. So 4th and 10, Northside going to leave its offense on the field. Pollock under center, And he's got it. Ridges has got it. Still on his feet across the 40 down to the 39. A gain of about 23 yards and a first down for Northside.
Kind of a big play that time for Coach Kendrick Pollock's Monarchs to keep alive. You know, this is a kind of a running score, if you will. Whatever the end of this game, it'll just roll into the second game. So trying to narrow that margin. They're down. The visitors are down by 20.
They're going to take a deep shot,
He's
got it.
There you go.
KJ Pollock to Ridges for a 39-yard Northside Jacksonville touchdown. A beautifully thrown ball, beautiful route, beautiful catch, and a beautiful ending to the possession for the Northside faithful as the Monarchs have pulled to within 14. Topsail now leads 27-13, 54 seconds left in the first scrimmage of the night.
Well, let me tell you, that's a play that the Monarchs are going to look back on and build on it as their season starts up for real next week. Great throw and a great catch.
Jay, the high-scoring nature of the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree has continued. I just pulled it up in the program. Last year's final score ended up being 156 to 154. How about that?
Yeah.
Jay,
and
check out this beautifully thrown pass by KJ Pollock. I mean, you can't throw it any better than that.
No, golly day.
That was absolutely perfect.
That was rotation and location, right? So excellent play by Northside. You know, they averaged 18 points a game last year. They've scored, 14 here tonight with a minute to go here in the second quarter. So if there was some early season concentration and preparation for offense, Coach Kendrick Pollock's got to be liking what he sees tonight.
Option pitch over to the left side. Ball carrier brought down about the 28-yard line. And, Jay, you hit the nail on the head. From 1999 to 2008, there was no fewer than 10,000 people at any of the jamborees over in Wilmington.
Yeah, and a couple of those, I think, were maybe
12,
over close to 12. Yeah.
Yeah, one eclipsed 12 in 2003.
So, who knows? The Bash of the Beach could eventually turn into something like that too.
Caden Wilson again. He's had a step through the middle of the defense, brought down at the 49-yard line, a gain of about 24 yards, 14 seconds left in the night's first scrimmage.
Just a guess, Sam, but for Topsail, if Wilson's quarterback, they're going to run. If Hebron's quarterback, they're going to throw.
One more snap, or is Topsail going to let it? Looks like Topsail is going to let the clock expire, and that concludes the first scrimmage of the night. Topsail 27, Northside Jacksonville 14. Topsail got out to an early 2-touchdown lead. Northside pulled within a score, but could get no closer as the Mideastern Conference leads after one scrimmage, 27-14. The score is cumulative. It will build as each scrimmage goes on. So 27-14 in favor of the Mideastern Conference. Jay, wrap this first one up for us, would you?
I think a good effort by both teams. You saw, a little bit of offense, and you saw a little bit of defense, and some glimpses, I think, that would tell you that this is going to be a good season for both of these squads.
One down, 3 to go tonight at the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. Actually, one down, 7 to go over the course of 2 nights. So we're going to take a short break, and we will be back. Heavyweight matchup in Game 2 between Havelock and New Hanover. We'll have all the action for you right here on Focus Broadband TV. Stay with us until after the break.
pair of Pirates are with us right now, senior Caden Wilson and senior John Wolfenbarger. We'll start with Caden. What position do you play?
I play cornerback and receiver.
How long you been at Topsail?
Ever since I started kindergarten at Topsail, but I played sports ever since I was a little kid.
Is football your only game?
I play basketball as well.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And John, how about what position do you play?
I play safety and running back.
Got a preference?
I like safety more. DB is my thing. I've been doing it longer, so.
You like to hit?
I do.
That's a good thing because it comes with the job, right? All right, so we're going to do our kind of rocket round here, Brett. I'll start with you, Caden. Favorite food?
Chicken wings.
Chicken wings. Favorite food?
Sushi.
Let's try that one again. Favorite food?
I don't know.
Sushi.
That's my thing. I like it.
Ain't no football player eating sushi.
Spaghetti's pretty good.
Okay, that's a much better answer. Okay. Favorite music?
Rap. I'm sorry.
It's supposed to be country or something like that.
Oh, country's terrible.
Oh, come on, Caden. Jeez, you had me going
Michael
with...
Jackson.
Okay, that works.
There we go.
Is he country? I don't know.
I was going to say 80s music. He took it from me.
He likes it. You like 80s
Love
music?
80s
you
music.
weren't born in the 80s.
Oh, it's still good.
I was
I like
there
to enjoy it.
in
I
the
like to
80s.
enjoy it all. It's fun.
You enjoy it all. That's awesome. Okay. Favorite subject in school?
History.
History.
Ooh, science.
Science. Favorite thing to do when you're not playing football or basketball?
Sleep.
Okay. At least you didn't say sushi.
I'd hang out with my friends.
Hang out with
My
your
teammates,
friends. Yeah. What few friends you have because you just eat sushi. Something like that.
I mean, yeah.
Something like that, right. Biggest influence in your life?
My dad.
Your dad. How come?
Just sets a great example.
Man, that's a good influence. How about you, John?
You're taking all the good answers. I mean, I'd have to say my dad, too. I mean, he's a very good role model for me,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, and I can tell your dads, and I'm sure lots of other people have been important to you as well as you both carry yourself, except for sushi and sleep. One more. What's on the board for this year for the Topsail Pirates?
Conference championship.
You just want to win. Taking it one step at a time.
And plans for next year after high school?
Try and play in college.
Were you any place in particular?
No, sir.
How about you, John?
I'm on the same boat, trying to play somewhere, but I don't have any particular in mind right now.
You know, there was a time when Topsail wasn't much good in football, but they're pretty good now. So congratulations to Topsail, and kids like this make that happen. And from the Pirates of Topsail, big nose guard, senior Austin Hobson. Hey, thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Tell me a little bit about you.
I mean, I like to get work done. Like to help the team out as much as I can, and like to eat, get big, lift. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, I don't know about the eating part, but for sure the big and the lifting, right? You're doing a great job at that. Speaking of eating, what's your favorite food? Don't say sushi.
I'm not saying sushi.
Okay.
It's not sushi.
Okay.
I think I'll have to go like a good medium rare steak.
Good medium
rare steak. Tomahawk.
Really?
Yeah, love it.
They got them up in Topsail?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Or like, I like ribs.
Me too.
Oh, yeah.
Now you're talking. Not that sushi.
No.
You got to talk
Yeah.
to John
Yeah,
about that. Yeah, you know, Wolfenbarger don't know anything about food. How about music? You got any kind of music or a favorite singer?
I mean, I really like country music, like Zach Bryan, stuff like that.
Yeah.
More of a Kenny Chesney guy myself, though.
Kenny Chesney?
Yeah.
Those are excellent picks.
Oh,
Again, get up with Wolfenbarger, right? Straighten him out on this stuff. School. What do you like most in school?
Probably science. I mean, I really got into like astronomy and like trying to figure out like what black holes were and stuff like that. I did a huge like essay about it. I think I did pretty good.
Wait a minute. You're a nose guard.
I mean, yeah.
You got hit in the head so many times, you can't be thinking about all that scientific stuff.
Well, it's
But-
just something to think about and like something that I would like to learn about.
That's an excellent thing.
Yeah.
Speaking about liking to learn, you're a senior. What are you hoping for after this high school season?
Playing football at the next level, most definitely. It's always been a big dream of mine, and I think I'm really close to getting there.
And your goals for this season?
Win a conference championship. That's the biggest thing for us right now, and I think we can do it this year.
I think you can too.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate the time.
Appreciate you for having me.
bet.
Welcome to the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree Media Day Luncheon. I'm Sam Hickman with Focus Broadband TV, joined by Wallace Rose Hill High School head football coach Kevin Motzinger. Coach, thanks for being here with us today. We appreciate it. Wallace Rose Hill, seemingly the case every year, had a deep run through the 2A state playoffs a year ago, suffered a narrow defeat in the Eastern Finals, but right on the doorstep of playing for another state championship. Now we're on to the 2023 season. What are your expectations for your group this year, Coach?
Well, our expectations never change. We expect to play at a very high level and show up and represent our colors and our community the best we can.
And Coach Motzinger, who were some of the young men that you're relying on to produce for you this season?
Well, offensive, we've got 4 returning starters on the offensive line and our tight end, Jace Turner. We got Reed Page as a quarterback. He'll be a senior, but he was not the starter last year. But we're counting on him to do a lot of great things with his arm, his feet, and his mind. Then you got Corbin Kerr returning at fullback. He's got offers from Navy and North Carolina Central. And then the halfback, who was sophomore last year, Irvin Brown, had over 1,600 yards and 31 touchdowns. And then you got Malcolm Boney. We've moved him from the wing position to slot receiver. And then we got a sophomore in Bubba Lamb, Jamari Lamb. We got high expectations for that young man.
So perhaps no high school football program in the last 20 years has had more success than Wallace Rose Hill. This year's bunch, you're going to find out a lot about them early with that non-conference schedule that you're playing. I know you spoke about this briefly during the question and answer portion today, but man, no easing into it, right, with your schedule?
No, we'll find out Friday versus Laney. Coach Little's done a great job there, and like he said, you know, this is his first senior class, and that's always special. And he's got his son, you know, right there at quarterback. That also makes it help. You know, he gets extra film time that we don't get. But then, of course, we open Havelock, we got Clinton, and then, you know, Hoggard. And so that can be a great thing. I mean, we can learn a lot from it, or it could really, we could start out 0-3. You know, on paper, we should start out 0-3. But we feel like we can play with anybody anywhere. And so we start out 0-3, how's that going to affect us? We lose some, how's that going to affect us? How are they going to handle it? And it's just in life. You know, when you get knocked down, how are you going to handle it? And so we'll find out the true character and the belief that our kids have in those first 3 games.
Wallace Rose Hill. And we are back for the start of the second scrimmage of the night. New Hanover football, 1st and 10 at it's on 49-yard line. Robles takes the opening snap and runs into a brick wall in the form of number 48, Marcus Osborne. Boy, good-looking kid, Osborne, the defensive lineman for the Havelock Rams. And, Jay, they just look good in those all-black uniforms, don't they? Man.
They call them the Rams. And
yeah, they're doing some ramming.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
New Hanover looking sharp themselves in the orange breeches, white tops, and black helmets. They try to run around the left side. Nowhere to go. Jay, oh, I love the all-black uniforms, but the numbers are tough to see. I think that's 99 on that tackle, whom I do not have.
Who we do not have, yeah.
So, New Hanover tries to keep it on the ground the first 2 plays of the second scrimmage of the night and picks up no yards.
Tell you, there are some big boys on that offensive line for New Hanover High School.
Yes, there are. Robles drops back, gonna throw it left over the head of the intended receiver, number 81, Harrison Isier, and the pass is incomplete. So New Hanover, Jay, reminder, New Hanover picked up right where Topsail left off. So at the end of the Topsail scrimmage was 1st and 10 at the 49. So New Hanover, because they're on the Mid-Eastern Conference side, took over possession right there on the field. So picked up 0 yards on 2 running plays and then threw an incomplete pass, and that will bring on the punt team for the Wildcats. Special teams are not live tonight. They are not live, so they'll snap it, they'll kick it, They'll field it, but no one else will move. So if the punts look funny on the screen, that's by design. So the Mid-Eastern Conference side leading 27-14. Havelock forces a 3-and-out on New Hanover's first possession of the game. And Jay, this is a scrimmage featuring two teams that were a combined, I think, 19-5 a year ago. New Hanover finished 10-2, and tell us a little about Havelock.
Havelock was 9-3, 5-1 in the 3A, 4A Big Carolina Conference, and they made it to the second round of the states before they were defeated. But prolific offensively, 39 points a game, and they only gave up 20. Coach Brent Wooten.
Ooh, little option keeper around the left side, but the quarterback fell down before he could get the pitch off. Lost about 4 yards on that play.
Their challenge, there being the Rams of Havelock, will be to replace senior quarterback Andrew Frazier from last year, who ended up with over 2,500 yards passing, scored 7 touchdowns running, and threw for 29 touchdown passes during the season.
And, Jay, last year, Frazier was threatening to break, like, North Carolina State all-time records. I mean, he was a 3-year starter and threw for a boatload of yards, boatload of scores. I mean, you're replacing one of the best quarterbacks in the state of North Carolina.
So kind of a rebuild job. I think I know number 5, Jonathan Darden, saw some time at the quarterback position, trying to see if that's him lined up back there tonight. I believe it is.
Havelock has a 3rd and 15 right out of the gate. And they're going to run an option pitch, and now it's backwards on the ground, and the back has to scoop it up and kind of go into survival mode. No gain. Maybe picked up a yard. It was number 6, LeBron Sharp, who had to scramble to pick up the fumble and did. So Havelock maintained possession, but that was about the only good thing to come out of that play for the Rams. So, Jay, 6 offensive plays running this one and a net 5 yards.
Yeah, it looks
minus 5 yards,
yeah,
sorry.
Both teams bringing out their midseason defenses, if you will. See if things don't settle down a little after a couple of possessions.
So first look at the Havelock punt team. Oh, and he kicked the up back with the ball. And, Jay, now New Hanover is going to take over possession, 1st and goal at about the 8-yard line. The punt hit the up back.
Oh, my gosh.
Bounced out of bounds about 2 yards behind that line of scrimmage. So it will be 1st and goal New Hanover from inside the 10-yard line.
Yeah, for sure not the way Coach Wooten drew that one up. So big break for Dylan Dimmick's Wildcats. See if they can't take advantage of it.
The Mid-Eastern Conference seeking vengeance after last year's 156-154 defeat.
Seeking vengeance. They're seeking reinstatement.
Oh, that's right. They were dissolved, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what we decided?
That's what.
After 2 6-hour nights, man, you can just make up things at the end of the broadcast, apparently. Robles fakes the handoff, rolls out to his right. Oh, man, Havelock had an interception in the end zone, and he dropped it. Good play, good break on the ball. Just couldn't secure the interception, but it'll be 2nd and goal from the 9-yard line for the Wildcats of New Hanover.
Yeah, the Cats dodged the bullet that time. That was a interceptable pass, if in fact that's a word, but
it is now. If Chick-fil-A does not pay PA man Jimmy Caraway a stipend or some kind of I don't know, royalty or something by the end of the night, then they've missed a great opportunity.
If they need to get the ball to Caden Morton. Is he in the game?
Is that Shand? Boy, Mason Shand does a lot of good things for this team. And, Jay, this is a good opportunity. Coach Dimmick, when I interviewed him at the Media Day Luncheon, he described Mason Shand as a bit of a Swiss Army knife for their team. And I said, Coach, that's my line.
We love them.
That's my line. So He clearly has been listening to Focus Broadband TV and stealing my material, but
Well,
it's all good.
Last year, Shand averaged 41 yards a game rushing, and he scored 7 TDs. But the big offensive guy is number 1, Caden Morton.
3rd and goal from the 5. Robles throws it back. Little throwback tight end screen. Rumbles into the end zone for a touchdown. That is big number 86, Hudson Zipta. Ran over a defender at the 2-yard line. Carried him into the end zone for a 5-yard touchdown. Robles to Zipta for a New Hanover touchdown.
You sure that's zip tie? Is that what you said, or Zipka?
Zipta.
Whatever.
So
let's just call him
Zipta.
We'll call him Hudson Zip. Or,
how about
or whatever.
Huddy?
Huddy.
Huddy Zips.
Call him, nice catch and run that time. That's what
we'll call him physical.
Yeah.
Is what we'll call him after steamrolling a Havelock defender and plowing his way across the goal line. 33-14 lead. It's 6-0 in this one. And, Jay, this is a good opportunity to, extra point up and good. Jay, take us through this collision at home plate. At home plate, listen to me, at the goal line.
So Zip kind of, held his block and then just kind of moved over a couple yards, and Robles delivered. But then it was the big guy, Hudson, kind of running over any would-be tacklers to the end zone and the score. So the Mid-East Conference is out to, 34-14?
Yeah, 20-point edge.
Yeah.
But, boy, we saw last year how quickly that can change. Here's Havelock trying to get the running game going. New Hanover all over it. Another tackle for loss in the backfield of the Rams. That was Graham on the stop. New Hanover flying around defensively in the second scrimmage of the evening.
Yeah, Graham from his linebacker position. Covers a lot of ground on the field for the Wildcats.
2nd and 13, we'll call it. 6:55 left in the second scrimmage of the night. Little bootleg action. Quarterback does a good job to get it away, but it is an incomplete pass. Will bring up about a 3rd and 13 for the Havelock Rams, who are struggling to find their footing offensively in the early going.
I think the pressure that time was defensive back Tim Day, number 25, I think. Yep.
Havelock going empty here, partner.
They're
3
going
receivers
something.
to the top, 1 to the bottom, or 2 to the bottom. Seam route, picked off. New Hanover picks it off at the 36. Defender still on his feet. He is dragged down at the 18-yard line. That is number 7, Sean Worthy. Jay Dylan Dimmick told me in the interview he was counting on Sean Worthy to anchor that defense, and he comes up with a big play here tonight. Jay, I think they're going to tack that on to the end of the run for a horse. No, it's blindside block of some kind on the return or block in the back.
Well, it's still going to be New Hanover ball.
Yep, change of possession will hold. And then a penalty on the Wildcats on the return. So, man, Jay, New Hanover's run about, 6 or 7 snaps, and every one of them's been on Havelock's side of the field. Take us through this replay, partner.
Well, Robles is under pressure, and number 7, Worthy, just had to catch it, which he did. Ball came right to him. Sean was one of the kids that represented New Hanover in interviews this week, did a great job. Robles and Morton as well.
1st and 10, Wildcats at the 40-yard line. Hand off to Mason Shan around the left side, had some running room, brought down around the 30-yard line, gain of about, they ruled him out at about the 33. So we'll give him 7 yards.
Those interested, Atlanta's ahead 3-0.
Braves lead the Mets. All is right with the world.
Orioles don't play till they're on the West Coast tonight. So.
Oh, so you'll stay up and watch every pitch. We'll call it second and a short 4 here. Inside the 35-yard line, Robles dropped back, and it was blown dead. We have a flag on the field. Dead ball. False start against the Wildcats, so that'll back them up 5 yards and negate some of that yardage that Shan chewed up on first down.
Well, the Cats this year returned 7 starters. They lost in the second round, 38-32 in overtime last year in the state tournament. Still had a 10-2 season and perfect in the conference. Defense, only 2 starters return.
Jay, if I'm not mistaken, New Hanover lost early in the year and then didn't lose again for 3 months until the second round of the playoffs.
Winning streak, yeah.
And the whole season changed when they won at Butler. They had a big comeback win at Butler in Charlotte early in the season, and man, that was just like a springboard for Hanover. They just rattled off a bunch of wins in a row after that. Coach Dimmick's a fine football coach, and the proof is in the pudding, right? They went 10-2, undefeated in conference play, won the regular season league championship. Just a good football team, good football program, good football coach.
Yeah, they've got a lot of good things going for them for sure, and they take advantage of each and every one.
Robles rolls out, got a man in the middle of the field, number 2, Zamir Batts, but he fell to the turf before he could pick up the first down yardage. That's going to set up a 4th and about 2 from the 32-yard line, and New Hanover looks to leave the offense on the field.
Batts, if I remember right, is a good football player, but he's a really good basketball player. And I think him and number 3, Rodmick Allen, who's on the roster, excellent basketball players for New Hanover.
And now it's Havelock's turn for an interception. And look at this man run with the football, refusing to go down. Big number 34, Sam Baldry. Great name and a great interception by young Mr. Baldry. They take it away from the Wildcats on 4th and 2, and the Rams in business now. Jay, maybe that interception by Baldry will spark this Havelock offense that has went backwards in the first 2 series.
Yeah, Baldry, a senior linebacker, and last year he averaged 9 tackles a game. He had a couple of sacks. He's a demon out there on the field defensively.
A demon out there on the field.
Not a deacon demon, but a demon.
Run around the right edge. Got some running room. Promising play. That is number 2, Jalen Morgan on the carry. Picked up good yardage for the Rams on first down. Jay, we're going to take a second look at that interception. Robles to the right side. It was deflected, and watch Baldry.
Some hitting going on there on both sides.
And homemade sound effects.
63, Zane Caldwell from his offensive line position that time out of New Hanover got a good lick.
2nd and 4 for the Rams. Option left. Some pad popping going on. Jay, I'm struggling to get the quarterback's number. That's Donovan Darden, isn't it?
Number 5 or number 6? Number 5, yeah. 6 is sharp.
So 3rd and 4 coming up for the Rams. 4.5 minutes left in the first quarter of the scrimmage between these two teams. If you're just joining us, the teams play 2 12-minute quarters. The clock does stop like normal on incomplete passes, injuries, timeouts, so on and so forth. Havelock trying the deep ball. And it falls incomplete. Pass was intended to number 7, Jonathan Williams, but it's incomplete, and it looks like Havelock will bring on the punt team for the 3rd time in 3 tries. And Jay, probably the first thing you want to tell them is let's make sure we punt it over the up back this time. But listen, special teams they need to practice in these areas as well.
And Sam, I am not trying to put you on the spot, and this is just poor preparation on my part, but didn't New Hanover have a tremendous place kicker last year?
Yeah, lefty.
I maybe someone at home can look
Ben
that up.
Novotny.
Novotny. Thank you,
Ben
Sam.
Novotny.
You are amazing. Ben has graduated, so New Hanover, talking about special teams, will need to find somebody to replace him, and that's not going to be an easy find.
And Jay was a lefty.
Yeah.
Lefty kicker.
That's
He
right.
won them quite a few. I remember they beat Laney, and I think he made like 6 field goals.
Well, yeah, it's what you were talking about, that losing a game early and then going forever without losing again, and I think Novotny played a big role in a lot of those wins.
Yeah, he did. I mean, Jay, there's high school programs that don't make 6 field goals in a decade.
That's right.
And he had a game where he made 5 or 6.
Don't know where he ended up, but if he is playing football, they got a good kicker.
Handoff around the right side, pretty well defended by the Rams.
I don't know why I'm looking.
Haven't seen Morton.
Yeah, I'm looking on the sidelines for a number 1. Oh, there he is. I see him now, and he's got something. He's about right at the 40-yard line.
Yeah, he's in a sling.
Yeah, so that
but he was
happened
not in a sling
on Tuesday
at the Jamboree or
right.
at the media day luncheon.
Yeah. So hopefully,
Jay, what did you do to him?
I did nothing to him. He's
good.
Very nice kid.
Hate to see that, particularly early in the season. Bubble screen, that's Batts. He's dangerous with the ball in his hands, but Havelock did a great job rallying to the football and held a dangerous playmaker to about 3 or 4 yards instead of 30 or 40.
Yeah, really great pursuit that time by the Rams. Yeah, let's hope that Morton's okay, because he is last year averaged 115 yards a game rushing. He scored 19 touchdowns. So that's a huge part of your offense.
And it's also why it's beneficial to have a Mason Chan type who can do a little bit of everything for you. They plug him back there. And, of course, you hate to lose Morton. If I'm not mistaken, he was one of the era offensive players of the year. But Shand, a more than capable reserve. Comes up a little short of the line to gain there. That'll bring up an interesting decision, but, well, maybe not. Coach Dimick brings on the punt team.
How about that?
Jay, let me ask you, in these, like, 4th and short situations or, situations you're going to come across in the season all the time, is the thinking any different from a coach's perspective because it's a scrimmage and the result, quote, unquote, doesn't count?
Geez, we should call Brett up and ask him, but – I don't know. I mean, I guess you kick now because you probably kick in the regular season in this situation. And
what a punt.
Practice.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's a pretty good kick there by, did you grab the number on that, 20?
99.
99.
Austin Luther.
Ooh.
Booming right foot,
Well,
Austin Luther.
Well, maybe they did find him a kicker, huh?
Listen, if you are a punter wearing number 99, you better boom it just like he did, because that is a risky move. Risky move. And he punted like a punter who wears number 99 just then. That was a perfect spiral about 50 yards down the field.
So I don't know if Novotny punted, but if he did, he wouldn't have punted much better than that.
Oh, a little sidearm action, very Mahomes-like on that throw by Donovan Darden. Picked up 8 yards and a first down. Or not a first down, I'm sorry, but got him close to the first down marker.
Well, 1:44 to go here in the opening quarter. And Havelock looking to stretch this one out.
Oh, Havelock,
looky.
He's got room, 1 man to beat, and he does just that. Number 6, LeBron Sharp.
Wow.
On 2nd and 4 from about 60 yards out. It is a house call for Mr. Sharp. Havelock on the board, an extra point away from tying up this scrimmage.
Saw some at speed you were talking about early, Sam. Number 6, junior LeBron Sharp. 116 yards rushing a game last year, 9 touchdowns.
Trying
Off
to
to a
get
great
a
start
number
tonight.
on that place kicker, partner, but having a tough time. 81, Malachi Simmons. Good snap, good hold, kick is up. Kick is good. Simmons knocks it in. So, Jay, here we go. 2nd and 4. Handoff to LeBron Sharp. Makes a man miss around the left side. Stiff arm, and he was gone.
Yeah, he just ran away from him, and he had some excellent blocks to lead him, allow him to clear the edge. And once he got into the second wave, it was all over.
Same principle as the punter who wears number 99. With a name like LeBron, you better be making plays, and that's exactly what young Mr. Sharp did right there. Big time run by the junior tailback. And Jay, just to avoid confusion, I said Havelock an extra point away from tying this scrimmage up. This actual scrimmage is now 7-7. The score is cumulative, so it counts from the first game and just goes on throughout the whole event. So the Mid-Eastern Conference side leads 34-21 like you see on your screen, but these two teams have each scored a touchdown and made 1 extra point. And man, there are a lot of people here. Good for all involved. Shand with the catch across the middle of the field. Robles put it right on him. Gain of 24 yards and a first down, Wildcats.
That's far and away the best ball Caleb's thrown here this evening, and a great catch by Shand over the middle, and nobody there. Shand.
That was a beautiful throw, and Jay, it just beat the safety there, and Havelock was there. It just, Shand got to it right before the safety could make a play on the football. Less than a minute to go in the first quarter of the second scrimmage of the night. Run up the middle, picks up about 3 yards to the 48-yard line. Jay, watch this ball get to Shand just before the safety makes a play on the ball. Perfect timing.
Yeah,
just
Caleb,
a well-timed route. Sorry, partner.
Yeah, Caleb Robles can't throw a ball much better than that. So that was just a really well-executed play by the quarterback and the wide receiver, and the offensive line gave him time to throw.
2nd and 7 at the 48-yard line. Likely the final play of the first quarter of this one. We've got toss sweep right. Shand upended at the 43-yard line, 2 yards shy of the line to gain. So after this short break, New Hanover will face a 3rd and 2. Ball's at the 43. The Wildcats need the 41 for a first down. Each team scores 1 touchdown in the first quarter of this one. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back after the break. Could not have asked for a better night for the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree, brought to you by Farm Bureau Insurance and Focus Broadband. And right now we are focused on that beautiful sky over M.H. Rourke Stadium. in Charlotte tonight. New Hanover facing a 3rd and 2 from the 43-yard line. And Jay, very competitive first quarter between these two squads.
Well, and not surprising, right? Two pedigree programs going at each other.
Mason Shan doesn't have much running room, but he has enough for a Wildcat first down. Picked up 3 yards on the carry, enough for a Wildcat first down. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 40. Jay, we had a touchdown catch by Zipta for New Hanover, and then for Havelock, it was a 65-yard touchdown run from LeBron Sharp.
And that's been it, but both teams are showing the ability to score from any place on the field. Lots of offensive weapons out there.
Man, and that was Zipta, who just jogged off the field for New Hanover. He is enormous.
Big guy.
Robles fires a pass, caught, dangerous playmaker. New Hanover inside the 20. He's pushed out of bounds at the 17-yard line. That is number 2, Zamir Batts, with a big-time catch and a run. Robles put it on him, and Jay, with playmakers like that, you just get it to them and watch them work, right?
Yeah, just get the ball in their hands and let them make a play, right? A lot of times everything comes down to who's going to make the most big plays, and clearly Zamir Batts that time showing his ability to do that.
1st and 10 at the 17-yard line of Havelock. 11 minutes, 19 seconds left in the last quarter of the second scrimmage of the night. Mid-Eastern Conference teams leading 34-21, mostly by virtue of Topsail pounding Northside Jacksonville. Robles can run with it, puts his head down, ducks inside the 15. Jay, I hope there's not a head inside that helmet that's rolling around the 16-yard line. If I'm not mistaken, high school football rules, that means Robles will have to come off the field for a play, partner.
Yep, for at least one play. So we're going to see a backup in there, I guess. Jackson Eller, number 14. Going to take at least this snap while Robles takes care of his helmet.
3 receivers to the bottom of the screen. Lone back in the backfield with the signal caller. It is a 2nd and we'll call it 4 from the 11-yard line. Hand off to Shand up the middle. That New Hanover offensive line playing a little bit of bully ball. Did the ball come out? No, Shand still on his feet, got enough for the first down, but marked down at about the, 3-4 yard line?
Yeah, down around there somewhere. Certainly well into the red zone, Sam.
Oh, here comes the heavy package, I do believe.
Some big boys out there now.
Extra tight end. I saw 44 come out there, who I do not have on the roster. Yep, and Jay, there they go. That's the heavy package. Got 3 backs behind Robles. Couple extra lead blockers there. He's under center. There's the handoff. And Havelock up to the task. They stoned Shand at the line of scrimmage, so no go in there for the Wildcats. Brings up a 2nd and goal from the 3-yard line.
Yeah, this ain't Havelock's first rodeo, right? So
No, they've played in many a big games over the last 15, 20 years.
Mm-hmm. And lots of big situations like this. So you're going to have to beat them.
Second and goal from the 3-yard line. This time Robles in the shotgun, hands it off, and Havelock meets Shand at the 5-yard line. They're going to mark him down at the 4. Big time hit right there, brings up a 3rd and goal. And so far the Havelock defense has been up to the task trying to make a goal line stand.
That was somebody with a 5 on the jersey. I think it might have been 55, Josiah Kearney, but be that as it may, it was a big-time hit.
Yes, it was. Just kind of cut Shand in half there right as he got the handoff. Some serious penetration by the defensive line of the Rams. And, Jay, we got a timeout for New Hanover with 8:48 left in the second scrimmage of the night. Again, the Mid-Eastern Conference teams, Topsail and New Hanover, have outscored Northside, Jacksonville, and Havelock 34-21. In this scrimmage, each team has scored one touchdown at 7-7. And Jay, boy, do we have a couple of electric matchups on deck for the nightcaps. We have, sorry folks, Wallace, Rose Hill, and Laney in the next one. And the nightcap, the East Duplin Panthers, defending 2A state champion and 15-1 last year against the mighty Hoggard Vikings. So Wallace, Rose Hill versus Laney next, followed by East Duplin against Hoggard. But Jay, first things first, New Hanover facing a 3rd and goal from the 4, trying to put the Wildcats in front here in the second scrimmage of the night, right?
And if Havelock can hold, will Coach Dimmick kick a field goal? That would be good practice.
Boy, they went empty. There's the snap. Bubble screen to Zamir Betts. He's got a lane. It is a touchdown. Wildcats, a beautiful play call on 3rd and goal from the 4. Robles to Betts. Touchdown, Wildcats.
Really, really well run. Great call. And terrific execution by Batts and Robles.
So, Jay, here's our guy, man. Alston Luther, number 99.
Let's watch.
He handled the punting duties, made his first extra point. See what he looks like on his second PAT try tonight. It's a good snap, good hold. Kick is low, and it's good. It made it through there. And, Jay, here we go. 3rd and goal from the 4. Take us through it.
Well, Robles had some pressure, but you could see Batts kind of come back and get that little pick, if you will, to free him up and then catch an easy run into the end zones for a so the lead now is 41-21. The North or the 3A, 4A Mid-East Conference, I guess, right?
Long way to go in this.
Long way to go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So much so, in fact, that we might not know until tomorrow night who the winner is.
Yeah, it's a good chance. And here goes Havelock, and nothing going.
Nothing going there. Little bit of running room for the Rams. Ball marked at, what, Jay, about the 27-yard line. We'll call it a gain of 2, setting up a 2nd and 8. Topsail defeated Northside 27-14 in the first scrimmage. New Hanover leading Havelock 14-7 in this one. There's a pass down the right side. That is called.
Wow.
Went up and high pointed the football. Jonathan Williams with a big-time catch.
My. Well, he's a
Jay, that's a new quarterback. I'm sorry, but
Go
this
ahead.
is William Hyman behind center now.
Okay.
Number 10.
William Hyman keeps throwing the ball like that. He's probably going to get a little more time, right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Williams Jr., 9 touchdowns last year, 70 yards per game receiving. And 700 yards receiving for the season. He must have caught a lot of passes from Andrew Frazier.
Second and 11 from the 49-yard line of the Wildcats. 7 minutes, 40 seconds left in the final quarter of this scrimmage. Hyman pitch out to the left. Oh, and a good play there by the linebacker. I thought I saw number 8, Alex Gibson, who was another kid that Coach Dimmick raved about in his coach interview during the media day luncheon.
Alex Gibson, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jay, do you remember David Collins,
The
number
dude.
9,
Yeah,
New
he was-
Hanover linebacker? He
do.
was a dude
A dude, yeah.
in every sense of the word.
Looks
Well,
like-
Alex Gibson's not far behind him. He just Havelock had a blocker on him, and Gibson just dispatched him with ease and then made the tackle. Made a heck of a defensive play there. That'll set up a 3rd and 16. Low snap. It's on the ground.
Ooh.
And then he gets nailed by the defender. 42. Big Connor Long, the defensive end, cleaned it up in the backfield. And some extracurricular activity going on there in the backfield. That'll bring up 4th down and will likely bring on the Havelock punt team. Jay Byrne? What's the head shake? Let's hear it.
Just can't. Sometimes the way these kids hit,
Yeah.
you forget they're kids, right?
Yeah, I mean that was a lick.
I mean, you forget they're children, right?
So 4th and a country mile, they say. Havelock has had some issues with the punt team tonight, and
Well,
they have another one there
what
with a bad
happens now?
snap.
They
So
just
he
let
just
him
picks
kick
it
it?
up and kicks it. Yeah.
Well,
A low wobbler, fielded cleanly. I tell you, everything Samir Batts does looks
Yeah.
good.
yeah.
He ran up and caught that punt like it was me flipping you a tennis ball up here. Just no problem whatsoever.
You know, I don't know what the takeaways will be from this scrimmage for Havelock, but wouldn't be surprised if punting is maybe a new point of emphasis as they move through the year. Had some trouble punting the football tonight.
Yeah, Jay, something that they'll want to clean up before week 1, to say the least. First and 10, New Hanover at its own 38-yard line. Robles under center, fakes the handoff, got a man. He's open, makes a man miss, struck down at the 43-yard line, but not before a gain of 5 yards. Jay, that was number 41, Ethan Trexler on the reception.
You know, it seems to me that Caleb got off to a little bit of a slow start, but after that first possession, he has settled down and has played some real good football from the QB position.
Jay, sometimes we, even us up here, you get caught up in the big plays, but a 5-yard gain on first down is, no one's going to complain with that on the New Hanover side.
No, you can play with that for sure.
Handoff up the middle. I tell you, Havelock's good on the defensive line. New Hanover has not had a whole lot of running room. They've moved the ball, but primarily on the edges and on the perimeter, but it's not been a whole lot of running room between the tackles for the Wildcats.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a heavyweight fight, but it's a darn good light heavyweight fight.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
Yeah.
The big boys are still coming here later this evening. But,
No doubt.
but yeah, these are two fine high school football teams and programs, and no surprise year in, year out, they are among the best.
3rd and 3, ball's at the 45-yard line. There's a handoff, looking for room around the right side, very close to the line to gain. The New Hanover bench signaling was enough for the first down, and it was just that. First down. I think that was 28, Vincent Savelli.
Yeah.
On the carry.
Who's listed as a defensive back, but showing some pretty good offensive moves as well.
So 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. Ball is at the New Hanover 48-yard line. Three minutes, 45 seconds left in the final quarter of this scrimmage. There's Savelli, took a lick.
Oh,
man. And Jay, Savelli is light.
He doesn't look real big,
He's
does he?
a smaller guy on the field with these animals. And he just took a pop right back up, though. And
Yeah.
And here come the reinforcements for New Hanover. Batts back in the game, number 81, Harrison Iseer back in the game. And Jay, I think New Hanover does a really excellent job at finding ways to get Rob McAllen and Zymir Batts the football.
Well, they sure should.
They just do a good job getting those kids in space.
Yeah.
Jay, do you remember the longtime ACC football referee Ron Cherry?
Yeah.
False start on the offense. Man, I watch games still to this day and associate him with a Saturday afternoon
I do
Raycom
remember. Yeah.
ACC football game.
You know, all things considered, Sam, I mean, this evening in the first scrimmage and subsequently in this one, not a lot of penalties. So,
Oh, really have
yeah,
been.
you know, what you expect a lot of early season stuff to, happen, but been pretty cleanly played.
2nd and 14.
Uh-oh.
New Hanover gets it to Rob McAllen,
Wow.
but Havelock
Oh,
brought
man.
the house.
Oh.
Boy, Jay, I tell you,
Oh.
it's really something when you can when you can pressure the quarterback like that and swarm around to the football and make that tackle.
That's a great observation, man. They must have had 7 guys between
In each spot.
Yeah,
it
2
felt
positions on the field, right?
like. Yeah, that was expertly defended.
Yeah, it looks like
Havelock trying to get the ball back and
Yeah.
maybe even up their portion of the scrimmage. New Hanover's outscored the Rams 14-7, but the Wildcats face a 3rd and about 17 here from their own 41-yard line. Pass out to the right side is incomplete.
yeah, I think that was just a mix-up that time.
That was quarterback Jackson Eller, whose pass was over the head of the intended receiver. And, Jay, incomplete pass also stops the clock with 1:56 left in this second scrimmage of the night. Havelock trailing by 7, and again, their portion of the scrimmage could get it back and score and perhaps tie it or go for 2 and
We'll
sneak
see
ahead
how,
of the
how
Wildcats.
99 does here.
Oh, Austin, we got to talk. Got to talk, Mr. Luther. No, not a bad kick.
No, not a bad kick, but he's capable of more.
Yeah, that first one.
Sweet spiral, though, I'll tell you that. Huh?
He punts a better spiral than I throw.
I can throw.
Jay, it's so funny. You said that. It reminds me of last night I had kids. When are we going to run some passing plays?
Oh.
I said, guys, first of all, we have to be able to get the snap. Let's start there, and then we'll add some plays to the playbook. Around the right side and stuffed. Nearly
That's Worthy
snuck
again.
out of it. Number 7, Sean Worthy. Man, Jay, he's all over the place.
Well, that
Just
kind
the
of
kind of safety you want on your football team. He's an absolute stud in the
it
defensive
kind of
backfield.
describes the way New Hanover plays defense all over the place. They're trying to get back in here. They're taking a lot of time to do it.
Sean Worthy, probably one of the front runners for Mid-Eastern Conference Defensive Player of the Year.
You said,
already
Coach.
has an interception tonight and a couple tackles for loss. Hyman drops back. He's running for his life back there. Got away and has got some running room. He's still on his feet. Finally wrestled down near midfield. And Havelock, with 1:03 left, has a chance, partner.
Hey, we were talking earlier about Hyman, and he's made a couple of really nice throws and showing some escapability that time on that run. So, yeah, he's trying to show Coach Brent Wooten, hey, Coach, put me in.
Timeout on the field? No, offside. New Hanover lined up in the neutral zone, partner.
Wow, that's 5 free. 5 free yards.
First and 5, ball's at the 44-yard line. 46 seconds left in this scrimmage.
Hyman rolls out to his left, still on his feet, finally brought down. Number 48 was there, Isaiah Tyndall.
Well, they got time to at least take a shot at it, Sam, if they hurry a little bit.
Yeah, Jay,
15
they don't
seconds to
seem
go.
to be in the greatest hurry here in this scrimmage atmosphere, which is totally understandable. But this seems to be the final snap. Hyman drops back. He's just going to rifle it down the field, and the pass falls incomplete. But, Jay, the plot thickens. There's 4/10 of a second left.
What happened?
Will Havelock throw the Hail Mary? And it thickens even more. Can they get it a Hail Mary there from the 45-yard line? I think we're about to find out. And I'm not sure how much defense Zamir Batts plays, but he's going to go play center field here for the
Well, how much
Wildcats.
time was left last year?
A matter of seconds.
Just, yeah, so.
As we learned last year, conferences can dissolve, and it doesn't take but one.
And
New
interception.
Hanover might add to the score. That Jay, guess who? Sean Worthy again. 2 interceptions, 2 tackles for loss in a half of football. New Hanover outscores Havelock 14-7 and adds to the Mideastern Conference lead to make it 41-21 after 2 scrimmages. Jay, is that going to do it for you tonight?
That's going to do it for me tonight. That's the that's the bad news. But the good news is Mike Mauer's going to be sitting in, and he's going to do one heck of a job.
The Tower of Power.
The Tower
Mike
of
Mauer.
Power is here. Dr. Mauer is here, and he's got a couple heavyweight matches to bring to you.
So, Sam Hickman, Mike Mauer will have the 2 final scrimmages. Jay, we'll see you next week, partner.
I'll see you tomorrow, I hope.
Oh, that's right.
If I'm invited back. I may not be, depending how well. Once I hear how good Mauer is at this, right, I'm done. But
yeah,
anyway.
we'll see. We'll see. So, Mideastern Conference leads by 20 points as in the running scrimmage score. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back for the start of Wallace Rose Hill versus Laney in the 3rd scrimmage of the night.
At Focus Broadband, we know what it means to serve our local community. We've provided communication services to southeastern North Carolina for over 65 years. From the early days of telephone to high-speed fiber optic internet, we've made advancements to stay at the top of our class, with a goal to provide our customers with the best service around. And unlike larger corporations, we focus on the community, giving back to local schools and organizations. Focus Broadband. We are focused on serving you.
Sometimes, the simplest things have the biggest impact. At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, we feel the same about home and auto coverage, affordable rates, trusted service, and local agents. After all, having an impact in your life helps you do the same in another's. Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
In need of more speed? Upgrade to Focus Broadband's Gigabit Internet and experience lightning-fast speeds for all your online needs. And as a local company with local customer service, we're just around the corner and a quick phone call away.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance is proud to be named one of America's best insurance companies by Forbes. The difference is our people and our local award-winning service. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
And we're here for the start of the third scrimmage of the night. The Laney High School Buccaneers against the Wallace Rose Hill Bulldogs. A heavyweight fight on deck here, third scrimmage of the night. And we have the world's second greatest color analyst coming for the crown from Jake Holmes, Mike Maurer, joining us tonight. Mike, welcome.
Thanks for being here. I'm a little rusty. You guys got a little warm-up going, so I did not quite get that. Nathan Evers looked at me and said, "You're not camera ready," so he threw me up here in the booth and said, "You get the last two games." So gonna have to knock it off, and excited to see this game though.
And off we go. Laney with a 10-yard, technically a run on 1st and 10 since it was thrown backwards. If the Little last name sounds familiar for the Laney quarterback, that's because it is Colby Little handling the quarterback duties for the Buccaneers. His older brother, Ty Little, of course, the 2-year starting quarterback for the Bucs. And the head coach, Luke Little, is Colby's father. This time, Wallace Rose Hill snuffs out the pitch. And we have a flag on the play. So that was a tough one. It looked like there was a stiff arm, and then Wallace maybe got a little face mask on the ball carrier, number 11, Mason Wiseman, as he went to the turf. So we'll see which side it's against. We'd also like to welcome to the broadcast Ms. Perry Motzinger, the wife of Wallace Rose Hill head coach. Kevin Motzinger, thanks for joining us, Miss Perry. And it was a face mask against the Bulldogs of Wallace Rose Hill.
Sam, can we talk about how big these tackles are for Laney? They are just mountains of men.
70 and 75. So here we go. Number 70 is Desmond Grubbs, and 75, Alan Studebaker. And yes, they are monsters, Big Mike.
Yeah, you guys talked a little bit about offensive, defensive lines in the first couple games, but I feel like you did an undersurface, so I'm going to go ahead and do my thing where I talk a lot about those, almost too much. So let's start off right there. Those are some big guys. I'm expecting some good seal blocks. Hopefully they can work the ball to the outside. You already saw it with the sweep right there, so let's get it going.
So, Mike, here's a fun one. Number 75 there, the left tackle, Studebaker, is also on Laney's basketball team, and he takes up quite a bit of room there in the paint.
I can imagine.
He's a beast down there. So we've got a flag on the field. It's a false start penalty. This is all Jay's fault for saying there have been no penalties in the first two games.
Facts. But here's the thing. Studebaker right now, 75, right? I'm not good with the names thing. You guys are better at that than I am. But he's lining up at tight end right now.
Oh, you're right. He is.
I love it.
And the man in front of him for Wallace Rose Hill, 72, Deshaun Taylor, is 6'3", 312 himself. So a lot of size in the trenches between these two teams. Wiseman on the carry, picks up about 7 yards. That'll set up a 2nd and 3 from the 49-yard line. Crudup, number 11. Tygier Crudup, yeah, the Ashley transfer. Sorry, folks. Right above him was number 10, who's in 11th grade, Mason Wiseman. But on the carry, that is Tygier Crudup. See, Big Mike taking care of me early already.
It's all right. I got you, Sam.
Crudup was quite a playmaker at Ashley last season. So I'm sure Bucktown welcomes him with open arms. That pass intended for number 6, Hampton Roderick, who led the Mid-Eastern Conference in all the major receiving categories a year ago. Catches, yards, touchdowns. Hampton Roderick, kind of the consensus number 1 receiver in the Mid-Eastern Conference, couldn't handle that first pass of the night from Colby Little. Big Mike, walk me through that one. We had an offside and a false start, it looked like. Not sure what the ruling here will be. Let's see.
Well, it'll depend who went first.
There we go.
Start.
And apparently it was big number 70, Desmond Grubbs.
That's tough. You don't need to say his name. It's okay. You don't want to.
Offensive linemen, yeah.
Offensive linemen don't like that. That's tough though, because you go from 3rd and short, really easy, not easy, but a reasonable conversion rate probably there to a 3rd and long. Definitely going to have to change the play versus what you were planning on.
Yeah, and maybe even on that third and short, you're thinking maybe you got two plays.
Oh, a little screen. Look at this blocking in the center there. Look at that.
Middle screen.
Referee.
Hampton Roderick, and he is gone. A 56-yard touchdown strike from Hampton Roderick from Colby Little. The third pass of his young high school career, and Colby Little fires a touchdown strike to, again, maybe one of the best playmakers in the Mid-Eastern Conference, Hampton Roderick. The Mid-Eastern Conference adds to its lead. Now 47-21, Laney with a 6-0 edge over the Bulldogs of Wallace Rose Hill.
And I think the closest person to tackling him was the referee.
Almost collided with him. And
he had a
wall
in front of him at that second level. It was great.
Extra point is up and good.
I'm going to do a shameless plug here, if you don't mind, Sam.
Please.
Well, first, let's go ahead and just look at this replay here. Look at this wall of men he has in front of him. Referee almost tackles him, and then he's off to the races. It's pretty amazing stuff. But I'm excited to watch the Laney High School football team. Why? Because they got about 10 rugby players for the Cape Fear Rugby High School team.
Do we know all of them?
We know some of them. Yeah, I got them marked down here.
Let's hear some of them. Shout those guys out.
I'm not. All right.
Oh, here we go.
Mason Wiseman, Caden Robinson, Sean Leonard, Cooper Waltz, Javian Johnson, Aiden Reese, Ty Damon, Stephen Stokes, Sire Folks, Grant Smith.
And, Mike, it seems like those skills would translate to rugby.
100%. Rugby translates to football. Football translates to rugby. Cape Fear will kick off after the football season in December, Mondays and Wednesdays, 6:30, 8:30. Any high school players allowed and able to play with them. They've had kids from South Brunswick, Hoggard, Laney, New Hanover, all of them. That's my shameless plug. Play rugby.
I love it. Cape Fear Rugby Club, folks. If you are a high school student interested in playing or learning the sport after football season, sign up with the Cape Fear Rugby Club. Sounds like Laney High School's got it cornered. 10 guys on this team, member of that club. That's impressive. Somebody's doing some recruiting, as my brother would call it, recruiting for the Cape Fear Rugby Club. I think Laney's got gonna get nailed for an offside penalty there after stopping Wallace for a short gain on first down. So, Mike, this is something you see Wallace play, and you see something you don't see a lot in high school football anymore. This is an old-fashioned wing tee.
Yeah, we talked about it last year a little bit. I myself actually my team ran the wing tee in high school. It's a very fun offense, particularly for the linemen, because you're moving a lot, you're moving and shaking a lot. It's fun to watch. Doesn't translate well to the next levels, but it's very fun to watch.
And there you go. There's a little misdirection right there. Handoff up the middle, picks up about 8 yards, and a Wallace first down. Folks, I'm having a bit of a time with their orange numbers. I think that was number 8, Jabari Carney.
And the thing with the wing T2, Sam, is if you don't play against it a lot, it's different than other offenses because there's a lot of misdirection. There's a lot of movement from the offensive line. So it can be a little disruptive to your standard defensive play.
First and 10, Wallace at its own 38-yard line. Oh, he's got room out to the left. Oh, Laney did a good job flying to the football and preventing an even bigger gain. But a pretty good gain on first down. That was Carney again around the left side. I'm really working on volume control this scrimmage for PA man Jimmy Caraway. We're going to really focus intently on volume control and try to keep our friends in the press box happy.
Well, not just for him, though. For you, too. You're already losing your voice. You got. I mean, if you count this game, you got 6 more games, Sam.
Yeah. Well, 6 more halves, which is that's a game and a half. I probably stand no chance. Oh, personal foul penalty against Wallace Rose Hill. So instead of 2nd and about 3, they're going to be facing a 1st and 15 here from their own 33-yard line. Boy, Laney's got a lot of kids, don't they?
They're a big school, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Big 4A school, so that's probably, I don't know, 50-ish kids dressed out on the sideline for the Bucks.
If me and my family never move, my kids will play for Laney, hopefully.
There we go. The Mowers. And Laney flies to the football, brings down the ball carrier for a loss of 1 yard at the 32-yard line. That'll set up a second, and we'll call it 16. That was number 25, Javian Johnson, the senior linebacker on the tackle. Be second and 16 from the Wallace Rose Hill 32-yard line. Laney has a 7-0 lead in this scrimmage. Colby Little found Hampton Roderick for a 56-yard touchdown. There's a little counter play. The back was upended. He fumbled, but was ruled down at the 37-yard line after a gain of about 5 yards, and makes it a 3rd and 11. So, Mike, you clearly are a big fan of the wing tee, as am I, but you don't have you don't plan to really face a lot of 3rd and 11, do you?
You say that, but you have certain draw plays, you have screens that you look for, particularly when the linemen are moving a lot. It sets up well for a drawer's screen because the linebackers have to read the lineman. It's a little misdirection, right?
Yep, and there's some moving and shaking right there. Reed Page rolls out to his left, throws a pass. It was incomplete. It was well covered by number 4, Giovanni Webb.
Again, I'm going to do a shameless plug. Can we just talk about the hit that Mason Weissman just laid on the quarterback there?
Yeah, and he got to him quick.
Mason's fast and just, I don't want to say reckless, but you guys were talking about how hard people hit. He hits people real hard.
There he is right there, number 10, folks. At the very right of your screen, number 10, Mason Wiseman. He is just a junior, so a lot of football in that young man's future, and Wallace is going to bring on the punt team on 4th and 11, and it's a pretty good one. Fielded cleanly by Hampton Roderick back at the 30-yard line of the Buccaneers, and we'll get our second look at the Laney offense. 6:40 left in the first quarter of the 3rd scrimmage. 48-21 advantage for the Mid-Eastern Conference, folks. Topsail outscored Northside Jacksonville 27-14. New Hanover outscored Havelock 14-7. And now Laney has a 7-0 lead over the Wallace Rose Hill Bulldogs, all culminating with a score of 48-21. And that score will just roll on over the course of the next 2 nights at the Bash at the Beach Jamboree.
What do we got going on?
A little confusion here. The referees are meeting around the 33, 34-yard line, right around where the ball is marked. And they're going to move that ball back to the 30-yard line. So Laney football, 1st and 10 at the Bucks 30-yard line. Had a 56-yard touchdown strike from Colby Little to Hampton Roderick on their first series. Let's see what they do their second time with the football. Gonna hand it off, and he's still on his feet. There's Tyjair Crudup. My goodness gracious, what a move that was. He finally is run out of bounds at about the 31-yard line. Mike, that is a gain of 39 yards on 1st down. And, Mike, Laney's had some explosive players, particularly at receiver, and had Ty Little at quarterback. They haven't had a back like Tyjair Crudup in recent years. He's dangerous.
And that play, normally I'm one to hype the offensive line up. They did okay, but it was really well read by Wallace Rose. He just made that play. They made contact with him at the line of scrimmage, and he was still able to kind of break it off for that big, long run.
Man, just made a guy miss in some pretty tight space, and then he was off to the races. So Laney's offense looking like a well-oiled machine here in the early going. 1st and 10 at the 31-yard line. Crudup
fakes it that time. Little rises up, throws it to Hampton Roderick for a gain of 3 yards to the 28-yard line, and it will be 2nd and 7. Laney inside the 30-yard line of the Bulldogs.
The nice thing about Laney, though, that they're making these big chunk plays. They're not doing anything too crazy or dangerous. They're just, playing good, solid football and just breaking them open.
2nd and 7. Ball's at the 28-yard line. Little in the shotgun. Roderick, the lone receiver, to the bottom of the screen. That's going to be a handoff. The running back lost his footing there. That was Tristan Cotto on the carry, ruled down at the line of scrimmage, so it will be 3rd and 7 coming up for the Buccaneers of Laney.
Yeah, sometimes that turf monster just comes out and grabs you. And that's what happened there.
4 minutes and 40 seconds left in the first quarter of this scrimmage. This is the second to last scrimmage of the evening between Laney and Wallace Rose Hill. Laney has a 7-0 edge. Roderick open and a touchdown. He kept his feet long enough to score a 28-yard pitch and catch from Colby Little to Hampton Roderick. Second TD connection of the night from Little to Roderick, and boy, we're going to hear that combination a lot. Mike, here's the scary part. Colby Little, if I could find him on the roster, and Hampton Roderick are both just juniors. So they've got 2 full years together.
And that's awesome, because that's how you build it. You can kind of build a program off that, right? If you get good young talent and they get a lot of playing time, there's nothing but room to grow.
Perfectly placed football.
Yeah, the safety just came up too early. Decent coverage by the defensive back. Safety came up early and just created that big gap behind them.
Yeah, and the 2 players that Laney head coach Luke Little brought with him to the Media Day luncheon, Colby Little and Hampton Roderick. So that connection is starting off the season with a bang, and now the cumulative score is 55-21 in favor of the Mid-Eastern Conference team. So 34-point advantage for the, combination of Laney, Topsail, and New Hanover so far tonight.
Well, with the coach bringing them to the banquet, you'd think that he knew something.
Got a flag on the field, delay of game against Wallace Rose Hill. So Wallace trying to find its footing here, giving up 2 touchdowns early and haven't moved the ball particularly well on offense, but again, it's the first quarter of the first scrimmage of the season. So as it always does with the really good teams, the really good programs, it looks a lot different in October and November than it does in early August.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is probably one of the first times they're getting to hit helmets that aren't theirs, right?
Yep. So 1st and 15 for the Bulldogs. Handoff around the left side, and Laney just chews it up, maybe a half yard on the game. And that is 99, Will Holland, who made the stop. Will Holland, a transfer from South Brunswick, playing his last year at Laney.
I remember that body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did the Bautista celebration
after
a sack one time last year, tackle for loss.
And I think he got hurt late in the season, which was unfortunate because I liked watching him.
Yeah, he is a load down there on the defensive line for the Buccaneers. So 2nd and 14 for Wallace. Oh, he's got a man wide open down the middle of the field, still on his feet somehow, all the way inside the 40-yard line, down at the 37. So a gain of 38 yards. And, Mike, you were speaking about that earlier. That wing tee, it can also lull you to sleep a little bit, and all of a sudden you got a wide receiver streaking down the middle of the field wide open.
Absolutely, because most of the plays are designed to kind of keep it within 5-10 yards, pass, run, whatever it might be. So you do that enough, eventually you can kind of get over the top, break one open.
3 minutes, 20 seconds left in the first quarter of the Laney-Wallace-Rose Hill scrimmage. Laney has 2 touchdowns in the opening 12 minutes. Both touchdown passes from Colby Little to Hampton Roderick. Wallace trying to respond with a scoring drive of its own. Handoff around the left side. I tell you, Laney's done a good job tackling here in the early go, and I think that was 44 who made that tackle, Aiden Reese.
I'll be honest, Wallace Rose got me on that one. I was following the guard over here to the wide side of the field, didn't realize the ball went the other way.
Yeah, man, it's like third time in the first 10 minutes that I've been watching a guy who I thought was carrying the ball. The play was going in another direction.
Oh,
another play down the middle of the field, wide open, a 37-yard touchdown strike from Reed Page to number 1, Jamari Lamb, the sophomore receiver, wide open down the middle of the field. 37-yard pitch and catch from Reed Page to Jamari Lamb, and the Bulldogs strike back, make it 14-6 in this scrimmage, and they'll try to tack on the extra point to pull the visitors, if you will, within 27.
Yeah, and Sam, that play very similar to the one that they broke open to get into Laney's side of the field.
Just got it right down the hash. Here we go, Mike. We're going to get another look at it here. Play action. On target. Good catch. Touchdown. And number 5 for Laney just palms up to the sky. Arquan Fleming kind of asking about maybe a coverage breakdown there in the secondary. So Wallace Rose Hill punches back, and it's now 14-7 in Laney's favor. 2:15 left in the first quarter. Here's Crudup. I remember Jay and I having this conversation last year. Even on plays where it looks like, you know, they stopped him for, you know, maybe the line of scrimmage or a yard. You look up and he picked up 4. Yeah. He's just got a knack for chewing up yards.
And like you were saying in the first couple of games, you're never going to complain about that.
No,
4
that's
yards?
Exactly where you want to be. I mean, as much as you'd like to have 15-yard chunks on every play, that's just not reality. So you keep the chains moving all game long with 4 or 5-yard chunks at a time. There's Crudup again, still on his feet, finally brought down at the 40-yard line, a gain of about 9 yards and a first down.
And here's the thing, from a defensive perspective, you know, you give up a big play or something like that, blown coverage, whatever it might be, you can write that off. But if you're just getting death by 1,000 cuts, 3, 4, 5 yards, and then they break a 10-yarder like that, that can be real defeating to a defense.
Yep, that's demoralizing.
And also exhausting.
Yep, like you said, death by 1,000 cuts. You just and then you take that and put it over 4 quarters, and it's tough living. Little drops back, got Roderick on the out route, couldn't quite connect. It was not Roderick, though. It was intended for number 9, Josh Quinn. Just a little outside of the intended target, setting up a 2nd and 10 from the 40-yard line.
You know, that's probably honestly just a product of the early season, right? Like, well-run play, he had plenty of time to throw it. It was just kind of threw just a little bit too far.
Yeah,
but he was wide open.
Just this much off, barely. And that, again, like you said, week 3, week 4, week 5, they'll be rolling along in that play, you know, throwing it at the right time and on target. There's a screen to the right side of the field. Big play here. I thought I saw a flag fly in. I did. There's a flag laying down on the far side of the field at about the 37-yard line. So we will see, pointing in the direction of maybe where the ball was caught. I don't know if it was maybe how Laney lined up. We're about to find out,
in the
though.
backfield, so.
Waiting on the call from the White Hat. Block in the back against the Laney Buccaneers, so that wipes out a big gain. It was number 1, Quincyr Waddell, 10th grader, on the catch and had some nifty moves he made after the catch. So, boy, man, Tajir Crudup, Hampton Roderick, Waddell, a lot of weapons on this Laney offense. And as Mike expertly pointed out early, some real beef along that offensive line to create throwing time for Little and running lanes for Crudup.
Yeah, and this is the first bit of adversity Laney's had. Second and real long.
Yeah, seemed to have been on schedule every other possession tonight. Delayed draw that time, and Wallace was all over it. And Crudup did a good job, really, to get it back to the line of scrimmage. Could have been a loss of 5 or so, but Wallace just, like the defensive line, pushed the line right back into the ball carrier there. I think Laney's going to hold off on calling another play in this quarter. I think since it's 3rd and 20, it looks like they're kind of just going to hold off here and wait to call a play till the start of the second quarter. Maybe I know nothing. Now Little's getting under there. Yep, they're going to hold off on it. So we're going to have a short break. The Mid-Eastern Conference teams leading 55-28. Laney leading this game 14-7 over Wallace. We'll be right back for the start of the second quarter from the Bash at the Beach football Jamboree. And we're back for the final quarter of the third scrimmage of the night. Mike, since the Media Day luncheon Tuesday, this is the game I had circled that I was most excited for. And quite frankly, it has not disappointed. This has been a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams playing pretty hard and physical. I'm excited to see what the next 12 minutes look like.
3rd and 19. Bubble screen to Hampton Roderick. He's got running room. Man, he
Love
is
it.
so dangerous.
Did you see that wall?
He is just so dangerous. He's going to score. That is a 71-yard touchdown on a middle screen from Colby Little to Hampton Roderick. Man, 3rd and 19. Mike, we were just talking about things that can be deflating for a defense. Man, forcing them into a 3rd and 19 and then giving up that is just a backbreaker, isn't it?
Yeah, and they say football is the ultimate team sport. And there was 10 guys blocking on that play, it felt like. So it was great to see. And you can see, and I like those because you can kind of see it develop from the beginning. And when they executed well, perfection.
61-28 Mid-Eastern Conference advantage. Is a good snap, good hold, and the kick is up and good. Here we go. You said you saw it develop for the start. We're going to get a second look at it. And here comes Roderick.
Coming across of it, one pancake. There we go. Look at that. Just walls of blocks.
So 3 Laney scores, 3 Hampton Roderick touchdown catches from Colby Little.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a connection there for a while.
Yeah, Wallace Rose Hill head coach Kevin Motzinger going to be seeing Colby Little and Hampton Roderick in his sleep for a couple nights after this one. But rest assured, Bulldog fans, Wallace will clean up some of the mistakes they've made tonight, and I would bet just about anything the Bulldogs will be a force in 2A football in the East yet again.
I will say, yeah, defending a screen is one of the easier things to clean up.
Reed Page kept it. Looked like he wanted to pitch it for a little while, and Mike, there was your guy, number 10, Mason Wiseman. He just ran from about the middle of the field all the way to the sideline to make that tackle. Page still picked up 5 yards, but Wiseman really, you hear people say linebackers go sideline to sideline. Well, that was a perfect example of it. He covered a lot of ground to make that tackle.
Love to see it. Actually, saw
a lot of ground.
I saw a little kid wearing a Fear Rugby shirt. Made me smile. When I was getting my Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Oh, tonight?
Yeah, tonight.
Nice. The club is well represented, that's for sure. And look, guess who? Mason Wiseman took on a block and made the tackle. Loss of yardage that time, so chalk Wiseman up for a tackle for loss. That'll set up a 3rd and 6 from the 29-yard line.
Yeah, anytime you're able to take on a block, make him can't take that inside lane, so he has to go outside, and then you can clean it up. That's great. It's good linebacker play.
3rd and 6 from the 29-yard line of the Bulldogs. 10:56 left in the final quarter of this scrimmage.
Oh.
And offsides against the Buccaneers, so that'll give Wallace a much more manageable 3rd and 1.
Hurts my heart when linemen make mistakes.
Man, he knew it just as soon as he did it, too. Kind of just sunk his head. So 3rd and 1 now for Wallace. Big difference in 3rd and 1, 3rd and 6. A Captain Obvious statement, but so true, especially with a team that runs the football as effectively as Wallace. And I believe Laney still came up with a stop. Wallace is about a half yard short there.
Yeah, it looked like they tried to run like an inside trap play, and they just filled the gap and ate it up.
Yeah, Wallace needs the 35-yard line for a first down, and that brings up a 4th and 1. Ball is at the 34. Wallace needs the 35 for a first down.
This is what I like to see, though. This is a scrimmage. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. You're just trying to get your team better, so you put your team offense in a high-pressure situation like this.
Yep.
Can you get 1 yard?
Yep. See how they respond.
Mike Tomlin, I think, once said, I'm going to paraphrase it, but if we can't get 1 yard, what are we doing?
And they get 1 and then some. Pretty good defensive stand by Laney, but it was 5 yards, and Wallace just needed 1, so it is a first down Bulldogs. It'll be 1st and 10 Wallace at its own 39-yard line. This time Wallace is going to run it around the edge, and he's got some running room still on his feet inside the 40-yard line, brought down at the 39. That was Jamboree Lamb with the carry, picked up 11 and 11 more. That would be 22 yards and a Wallace Rose Hill first down. 9:44 left in this scrimmage, and Wallace down a couple scores. Laney wants a timeout on defense to talk about it. But Wallace, Mike, you can kind of tell they've found their footing offensively.
Yeah, no, that was just a great little sweep play. The nice thing about the wing tee, Wallace hasn't been motioning a lot, but when you get a guy running full speed, all he has to do is find that lane, cut it up, and take the yards he's got.
After the timeout, Wallace will have a 1st and 10 at the Laney 39-yard line. Laney has 3 scores in this scrimmage, all touchdown passes from Colby Little to Hampton Roderick. Wallace had a long touchdown throw from Reed Page to Jamboree Lamb.
think that's a good use of the timeout there by Laney. You know, you just had a tough defensive stand, gave it up on 4th and 1, big gash play. Call the timeout, slow it down, let the guys breathe a little bit, reset.
First and 10 at the 39-yard line of Laney. Reed Page fakes the handoff, rolls out to his left, throws it across his body. It's caught. He threw that under some pretty heavy pressure. He took a big hit there by number 4, Giovanni Webb. Laid Page out. Is that a flag in the middle of the field, Mike? There's a yellow something on the 31-yard line right on the hash, but no, maybe a mouthpiece or something. I can't tell. But apparently not a flag because nothing's no signals or anything like that from the officials. So we move on. That is a, let's see, that's a 23-yard pitch and catch from Reed Page there. Now we got to end around the right side, or a little jet sweep, I should say. Gets him to about the 11, a pickup of 5 yards. Will set up a 2nd and 5. And now it's Wallace who's moving the ball with.
And it's not surprising, right? We kind of expected that. Wallace Rose Hill's always known to kind of just grind it out. And I think, yeah, like you said earlier, I think they found their rhythm and they're really kind of moving it now.
Second and 5 from the 11. Page has got it. Pitches it to the running back who was about right beside him, Lamb. And they lost a yard or two back to the 12 or 13-yard line. That'll set up a 3rd and 7 from the, we'll call it the 13. Third and 7. Ball is at the 13-yard line. Play clock winding down.
Nothing there.
Page faked the throw. Tried to scramble for it. Got tripped up just inside the 10-yard line. So, Mike, we're going to have about a 4th and 3 from the 9. Wallace needs the 6 for a first down.
That was great effort by the quarterback there. I mean, I think he got contact 3 yards deep and was still able to kind of get through and get a couple. To set up this kind of 4th and mid yardage. And of course you got to go for it. See, this is where Laney's got to be watching out for those kind of screen draw plays.
4th and 3, ball's at the 9. Wallace fakes the speed sweep. Then we had a flag that came out.
Offsides.
Hearing in the press box that it might be a offside.
It was offsides. Laney getting a little too excited to try to get after it.
Man, killer.
Enough to give him a first down, 1st and goal.
On a 4th and 3 play, and they don't. And the heck of it is, Mike, the Wallace head coach was sprinting down to call a timeout. So right before he got to the official to call the timeout, Laney jumped off sides, and that gives the Bulldogs a first down inside the 5-yard line. 1st and goal from the 4 coming up. Handoff up the middle. Running back still on his feet. Got awfully close to the goal line. And he's in. They rule that he is in. Number 8, Jabari Carney across the goal line for a score. Pulling Wallace within a score. 21-13. Laney advantage in this scrimmage. Wallace trying to get a point closer, and Wallace also gets the visitors to within 62-34 on the running scoreboard.
Yeah, when we looked at the lineup for tonight, we knew this was going to be kind of a heavyweight fight. So you're gonna take your punches in a heavyweight fight.
Yep, and there have been some punches thrown in this one.
Figurative, right?
Exactly, figuratively, some offensive punches. Little to Roderick on Laney's side, and some pretty efficient offense by Wallace Rose Hill after kind of stumbling early in the game offensively. But yeah, pretty high level stuff on the offensive side of the ball for sure. Laney, 1st and 10 at its own 25, 7 minutes and 10 seconds left in this scrimmage, and Laney wants a timeout to talk this one over before the play clock expired. So Bash at the Beach football jamboree. We're in the 3rd scrimmage on the first night of the Bash at the Beach football jamboree, and for a long time, the preseason jamboree. It was for a long time the BB&T football jamboree, and they give out several scholarships per year to seniors at the participating schools. It's now Truist, of course, and they were well represented at Tuesday's Media Day luncheon. Evan Gore, the representative from Truist, and he announced the 2023 scholarship recipients. And it helps so many area kids pay for their school. And just as we're talking about it, Colby Little fires a 75-yard touchdown pass to number 1, Quincy Waddell. So Laney strikes back very quickly. One play, 75 yards, touchdown. Big Mike?
I don't think you can come out of a timeout any better.
Wow.
I missed it. I'll be honest. I was looking at something else.
4 touchdown passes in about 17 minutes of game action for junior quarterback Colby Little.
Impressive showing, that's for sure.
Gee whiz. How's that for your first varsity start? Well, it is a scrimmage, but, I mean, first real varsity action, and, man, what a performance.
Well, like you said, when you got a running back as good as theirs, you know, he's going to be setting it up and setting it up and setting it up. Oh, hey, we're going to get to see it, actually, Sam. We got a replay here. Oh, he's just wide open.
Just ran right by him, didn't he?
Great. Yeah, great move by him to get that open that quick.
Well, Wallace's offense didn't have much time to catch its breath after their scoring possession. The defense was on the field for one play, gave up a long touchdown, and now the Wallace offense is right back on the field with 6:59.
Yeah, it's a good chance for Laney's defense, actually, to kind of come back, brush off the blows they took on that drive, on the last drive by Wallace Rose Hill, see if they can kind of get a 3 and out. At least that's what you're hoping for. They're hoping anyway.
There's Wiseman again. He has been very active, and that one was cleaned up at the end by number 44, Aiden Reese, but it was Wiseman who got to the ball carrier first and dropped him for about a gain of 2 yards.
Yeah, the thing with the wing tee, defending the wing tee, you have to play very smart, disciplined football. You have to make your reads, and he did it well there.
Pace drops back. Got a man down the middle of the field, wide open. Touchdown saving tackle there by a member of the Laney secondary.
This is definitely a generational thing, but I don't think I've ever seen a wing tee play called in from the sideline. And Wallace Rose Hill got that play in from the sideline. He checked his wrist, and excellent play call.
Number 7, Irving Brown, on the receiving end of that strike from Reed Page. tell you, we've talked a lot about Laney quarterback Colby Little. Reed Page has had some nice throws and nice plays for Wallace. Handoff around the right side. Running back still on his feet. Gain of 11 yards and another Wallace Rosehill first down. Wallace's offense is humming along now, Mike.
That was well designed and well executed by the offensive line. I think that hole was about 7 feet wide.
Man, listen, I don't know exactly what I'm looking at like you do with line play, but that looked like it was blocked perfectly. I mean, there was a gaping hole on the right side of that line. And again, I think they blocked it perfectly again, and that is a 25-yard touchdown run by number 8, Jabari Carney. And man, oh man, have there been some fireworks in this one or what?
When you get and Laney's being kind of shown it, they're getting kind of aggressive. So when you get them that aggressive, about 4 of those offensive linemen just chipped their guy and went up to the second level, and I don't think he was touched for the lot. I mean, what, 10, 15 yards, however 20 yards? I don't even know how long that was, but
25. Yeah.
25 wasn't even touched.
So typically, when you've got about 4 linemen on linebackers or DBs, you're in pretty good shape.
Let's watch this replay. Look, they're just going to chip these guys and then just go. So it was a beautiful counter up play. 50, I think it was 52 from Wallace Rosehill, came in, kicked out the defensive end, so he couldn't come in, make the play. That's the only guy that can make the play. Great, excellent block there. And then, the rest of the linemen are up to that second and third level. If you get a lineman to the third level, you're going to likely score.
Yeah, that's there's not much you can ask of your DB when he's got a 260-pound.
I earned many pancakes to Bob Evans because of
DBs?
Pulling guards onto DBs.
Yeah, ominous spot if you're a DB. You're licking your chops moment if you're the offensive lineman. And so here comes Laney back on the field for offense, and the running back muscles his way for about a 6-yard gain across the 30 to the 31. We've reached the 5-minute, 10-second mark, the final quarter of this scrimmage. Laney has outscored Wallace 28-21. Can the Bulldogs come up with a stop? Laney's had the ball 4 times. They've scored 4 touchdowns.
And a lot of Laney's play, I mean, they've all been almost big plays, right? Like
every one of them.
They've had a couple series where they marched down a little bit, but they're all big shots.
And 2 of them were just on, I mean, I hate to call them simple, but rather simple middle screens or tunnel screens. First down, Laney on the carry. That was Cotto, the running back, on the first 2 carries of this possession. We're down to the 4.5-minute mark. Laney has a 1st and 10 at its own 39-yard line.
Back shoulder.
Roderick, back shoulder. That's just perfect.
Great throw.
I mean, Mike, when they say, you hear analysts on television say that if that's executed well, it's indefensible. That's the truth?
Absolutely, yeah, because the DB's not going to let you get behind him, right? So he's going to stay in front of you. So it's all timing, right? So the wide receiver's just running. He has to hit his cut, turn around, and hopefully the ball's right there. Because if the DB cheats on it, then you read that and you're just gone. There's no coverage. It's touchdown city.
First and 10 at the 39-yard line.
No.
Oh, boy, Ty Little lost it. That's still on the ground.
I think Wallace
Looks
got
like
it.
Laney jumped back on it. But, man, that could have been a disaster for the Buccaneers.
Honestly, he wrestled that away from the Laney defensive lineman because he lost it. Laney defensive, the Wallace Rose defensive lineman looked like he fell on it, and the quarterback went in there and just stole it back.
Mike, I thought my eyes were deceiving me for a second. I swear I thought a Wallace defensive lineman was right there on top of it.
He was. But it's about who has possession when the referee checks it.
Pitches it out to the right, but Wallace had it well covered. Cotto knocked down at about the 36-yard line. So a third and we'll call it 7. Laney needs the 29, and the ball is at the 36-yard line. 2 minutes, 55 seconds to go in this third scrimmage of the night. Little drops back, looking for a man, and it is dropped. That would have been a tough catch.
That was
That's
well
probably,
defended.
Hudson Stokes was the intended receiver. Dropped probably a little too strong there. Was well defended, as Mike said. But it sets up a 4th and 7. And I know, again, Mike, the results of these scrimmages don't matter in the big scheme of things. But if Wallace could come up with a stop, they get the ball back with a chance to even the score here as far as this scrimmage goes. Little drops back, looks to his left, has a man.
Got it.
Pitch and catch. I think that's right. No, I can't.
That was great execution by the quarterback
Josh
there.
Quinn.
Because they had the guy out in the flats, and he looked over to him, and that froze that defensive back just enough for the Laney receiver to scoot out to the outside and be wide open.
So Laney comes up with a critical 4th down conversion. Clock rolling down under the 2.5-minute mark. Laney has outscored Wallace 28-21 and almost 2 full quarters here tonight. Laney keeps it on the ground inside the 25 down to the 22, a gain of about 5. Sets up a 2nd and 5 here.
He's got to be averaging 4 yards a carry, right?
Yeah, for sure. I don't remember him getting less than about 4 or 5 every time they've run it.
I'll be honest, Sam, I feel blessed that I grew up in a generation that didn't receive plays from the sideline. Like where you had to stop what you were doing and look over. I don't know why, but I feel like it would have confused me.
Mike, that's about the first time tonight I think Cotto's got the ball or Crudup's got the ball and been dropped in the backfield.
Yeah, but if you think about that 15, 20-yard run he had, that just puts those 2 run averages to 10.
Yep.
So
Yep, exactly.
I don't think it's too worrisome.
Yep. Game clock is under 1 minute and 20 seconds now. Laney faces a 3rd and 6 maybe from the 24-yard line. Almost exactly a minute left in this one. Little drops back. Oh, man, made a nice play on the ball to break that up. Josh Quinn, the intended receiver. That also stops the clock at 58 seconds. So we'll have a 4th and 6 from the 24-yard line. Laney needs the 18 for a 1st down.
Yeah, that's a tough play. It was great defense, don't get me wrong, but if he had the gap in the zone, if he would have just sat down in it. Now, I don't know if that's part of their scheme or what, but he actually ran himself into the defender because he continued that. I think it was, I don't know the names of the routes, maybe a post route, I'm not sure. But, yeah, he ran himself into the defender. If he sits in that gap, it's
DB
first
wouldn't
down
have
all
time
day,
to get there. So Laney's going to call a timeout with 58 seconds left. Mid-Eastern Conference leading 69-42, and the 4A Hoggard Vikings will try to maintain that lead later tonight when they take on the defending 2A state champions of East Duplin. That game was slated to start about 8 o'clock. We're at 9:50 and counting, so a couple hours behind thanks to a lightning delay early in the night. But that should be a real fun one. And then tomorrow, another great slate, starting with South Columbus at Ashley. The host West Brunswick Trojans will take on the Kinston Vikings at 6. Whiteville and North Brunswick in a real interesting one at 7 tomorrow night. And then the nightcap Saturday is East Bladen against South Brunswick. So a lot of football still left at the Bash at the Beach football jamboree. First things first, we got a 4th and 6 for the Laney Buccaneers. Well, 4th and 5, we'll call it. Ball's at the 23. Got to get the 18 for a 1st down. This would salt this scrimmage away over the middle, deflected, nearly intercepted, and Wallace will get it back with 55 seconds left. And if they could bust a long one, Big Mike, a chance to even the score here
again, the results do not matter in the big scheme of things. These results don't count on the team's official records. But, still like to maybe even the score if the opportunity's there.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to look out, one, just to better yourself, but two, I don't like calling it a moral victory, but it makes you feel good kind of going into the season if you're able to drive down here in 55 seconds, get a little practice run with your 2-minute drill maybe.
Yeah, I was just about to say you put them in a game-like situation. Hey, we're down by 7, got a minute left, got to try to move down the field and score. So we'll see what Reed Page and this offense can do.
I will say this might be one of the only downsides, I think, to the wing tee at this level is because it's more of a grinded-out kind of offense. So you don't always have a lot of those big bang plays. And the defense is expecting it, right, where you feed off the deception of how you play and how your offense runs.
So Reed Page narrowly avoided a sack and was kind of flushed out to the right side of the field and was tackled inbounds. So the clock ran, but Wallace Rose Hill called for a timeout with 44 seconds left. Again, the Mid-Eastern Conference teams, which so far has been Topsail, New Hanover, and Laney, have outscored Northside Jacksonville, Havelock, and Wallace Rose Hill 69-42. But a lot of football left. 44 seconds left in this one. And then, of course, we got one more scrimmage tonight as East Duplin takes on Hoggard.
I think this is the first game the coaches are getting a little warmed up. Little game time practice with the calling of the timeouts. I think we had 2 timeouts in the first 2 games total. I think we're at 3 timeouts now, 3 or 4.
Yeah, I know Laney called one to avoid a delay of game earlier. They called one before that 4th down play a minute ago.
Oh, yes.
And Wallace has used a couple.
4 or 5 then, yeah. Nothing wrong with that except it's almost 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. We're about to have a Jamboree version of Midnight Madness, at least when we're wrapping up this evening. So 2nd and 11 for Wallace. Ball's around their own 20-yard line. Boy, there was some serious miscommunication there. And Wallace is going to call its 3rd and final timeout with 37 seconds left in this one. I tell you what, I'm glad I got my hands on one of these programs when we came in tonight. There is a lot of good stuff in here. Some attendance numbers from the Jamboree. Historically, there's also a list of every Jamboree scholarship recipient dating back to 1989. And I believe if you find that list for, let's see if I could find it, for West Brunswick High School in 1999, William R. Hickman, my oldest brother, and then 2003, Michael Brett Hickman, another Jamboree scholarship recipient. And you can find a copy of these booklets at bashatbeach.com. Don't try to sneak in that pesky the.
Yeah, you might.
Bashatbeach.com.
You might end up on some WCW
That's right.
website.
That's right. Man, I remember going to a buddy's house and watching that pay-per-view when I'm thinking of the wrong one.
Did you enjoy it?
Carl Malone, was he in one of those?
Maybe. He was definitely in one of those. I'm not sure if it was that one.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly. So Wallace faces a 3rd and 16 here inside its own 20-yard line. They're out of timeouts and have 37 seconds. And we have another timeout. Was Wallace granted a 4th timeout?
No, that was Laney that just called that one. Because I think it's a penalty to call 2 timeouts in a row. So.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, NFL thing.
I will say, not realizing we were going to have a 90-minute delay, I mistimed my caffeine consumption. So we're going into my bedtime soon. It's going to be a fun, interesting last game. Look at Hoggard getting ready to come onto the field.
To take on East Duplin, and they wear the exact same colors, navy blue, a little shade of Carolina blue and white. So they're going to look an awful lot alike. The big difference will be East Duplin will have about 25 kids dressed out, and Hoggard will have, 50-ish So we'll see what that looks like here in a few minutes. First things first, Wallace Rose Hill has an end around here. They're trying to find some running room, and they had very little. Number 44, Aiden Reese. Lamb was the ball carrier. Wallace trying to get off one more snap on 4th and 13. So here comes Wallace, one more snap. Page fakes the handoff. He's going to take off and run. He's got a long way to go for a first down, and he was knocked out of bounds at the 31-yard line, 2 yards shy of the line to gain. So with 5 seconds left in this one, Laney will hold on and outscore Wallace 28-21 in the 3rd scrimmage of the night. Let's see what Laney does.
You never know. They might want to go for a 4th touchdown.
Yeah, that's right. Laney could run another play here with 5 seconds. And remember, folks, the last scrimmage will start wherever the ball's left in this one. So if you're Hoggard, you hope Laney runs at least like a running play and gives you like a 2nd and 6 or 2nd and 5 or adds to its lead. So we'll see what Laney does here on the last snap of the game. They're in a regular old formation. Nope. They're going to snap it to Colby Little, take a knee.
2nd and long for Hoggard.
And Hoggard's going to take over behind the chains. So Laney outscores Wallace Rose Hill 28-21. The Mideastern Conference leads 69-42. Mike Maurer and I are going to take a short break, and we will be back with the nightcap. East Duplin versus Hoggard from the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree.
Well, joining us now from East Duplin High School, a pair of seniors. Zach Brown is a senior quarterback, and Nate Jones is a senior running back and a safety. And guys, thanks for joining us today. Tell me a little bit about playing ball at East Duplin.
It's been fun the past 4 years. I mean, it's really fun with Coach Hawley. He's been killing us out there, trying to make us better with the little small group we got. So it's been fun out there in the country with him.
How about you?
I mean, it's small, but it's always a good time with Coach Hawley. We got a great staff, and coming off the state championship last year, my 3 years going on 4 years has been nothing but the best, and I look to continue that this year.
Favorite food?
Gotta be with some traditional chicken wings. Gotta love it.
What's a traditional chicken wing?
You gotta get the bone in, man.
Oh, you're a bone-in guy.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
That. What do you think?
I like fish, and I'm a big.
You're a fish guy.
I like mahi.
Do you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a little bit of a rich taste there.
Yeah, I like fishing, offshore fishing.
Do you like to fish?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You ever catch what you eat what you catch?
Yes, sir. I actually had the privilege of fishing the Big Rock tournament this past year.
No kidding.
So I had to skip a couple of days of football, but it was all right.
That's all right.
Yeah, so
Coach let you off for that.
Yeah, he was like, "We'll see you next week."
You're bringing some fish.
Yeah, I mean, luckily I did release the blue marlin, so I was made it a little bit better.
Biggest influence in your life?
That state championship.
Really?
That was big. Especially my dad. He played for East Duplin when he was in high school, and it was cool to see him out there. He had a little tear up and everything. It was cool. It was amazing.
What was it like playing in that championship game?
Well, I mean, I'm a big Carolina fan, and I've always been to Keenan Stadium and watched football games. I've been to Carter Finley and stuff like that, and just to walk in that morning before the game and just kind of look around and see, like, well, man, I know where I sit right up there. And then having the chance to win it on the field, I've watched tons of games, Carolina lose, Carolina win, everything. It was a dream come true experience, and it was the best.
Hard to trade that, that's for sure. Personal goals for you this year and goals for the team?
I mean, get the team better. I mean, there's some of us that need work, and hopefully we'll shock some people this year.
I would just say build off last year. I mean, it's kind of hard to beat a state championship, but we lost a lot, and so I would say just get better at each week, as Coach Holly's keeps it. If we get better each week and play our best ball by 1st of November, end of December, we'll be all right.
And finally, future.
If baseball don't go too good, I'm gonna be a lineman. Yeah, big electrical.
How about you?
I'm probably gonna go to college, something with business related. I'm not really decided what area I want to go into, but something business related because my family owns some businesses and I kind of like doing that. And so,
Awesome.
yes, sir.
Well, you got a plan in place. Listen, guys, the plan now is to repeat. That's the hardest thing to do, but if anybody can, I'm betting on you guys. Thanks for being with us today, and have a great season.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
With us now from East Duplin High School is senior running back and free safety Elam Moore. Elam, thanks for joining us this year. You guys had a heck of a year last year.
Yes, sir. I think a big part of that was our senior leadership last year. The 15 seniors that stepped up and did a great job of leading us. Juniors and some sophomores, we had brought it up in that season. So a lot of thanks goes to them and all the coaches putting their time and effort into that.
Let's talk some fun things now. What's your favorite food?
I'd probably say a steak.
Steak,
I
man.
enjoy eating steak and sweet potato.
And a sweet potato.
Oh, yeah. That's
All
always
right.
good.
Well, I seen you hit last year, so it must be the steak and the sweet potato, but whatever it is, it really gets you going out there. Any hobbies?
Not many. I mean, I like to go out to the beach a lot with friends and have a good time, skimboard a little bit, try to surf.
Favorite college team?
I had to say NC State. I always grew up playing or watching NC State play football, a couple basketball games, one baseball game, and that was always fun. We always got season tickets for them. But I do enjoy those other college teams like Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, but NC State is my favorite.
State, the Pack, go Pack. Biggest influence in your life?
I think my biggest influence is probably, I'd have to say my family, or more specific, my little brother. Because he plays football, he's getting into it now, and he tries to compete with me. You know, he's pretty big to be his size, his age, and you know, I think if I play hard, he plays hard. When I play hard on Fridays, he plays hard on Saturdays. So
that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Good thing to have a little brother chasing you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Goals for you this year and goals for the team?
Just become a bigger and better leader for the team, and and do my job and do what's best for the team, and really play and just show people that we have a lot of potential this year and have good senior leadership. Because I think that's what we really need to work on this year. And just because we're a younger group, it's a whole nother team, and I think it's always the year after you win a state championship, it's always the hardest because they want to see how well you do that next year. Can you do it again? Is it possible? Or are you gonna sink down and not be successful at all? But I definitely want to be successful this year.
Future,
college football would be nice. If that works out, it's just up to the Lord, and hopefully it will. But if it doesn't, I might get a business degree and do other things, open as many doors as I possibly can for a future for me. But I would really like to play college football.
I actually think he could be a model because he looks like a golfer. But anyhow, he's a heck of a football player. And thanks for taking time for being with us today.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Have a great year.
You too.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree, presented by Farm Bureau Insurance and Focus Broadband. The Hoggard Vikings taking on the East Duplin Panthers in the nightcap. Hoggard takes over 1st and 10, and a nice run on first down. Picks up about only 2 or 3 yards, but a nice run by number 22, Michael Bellamy. Go for it, Big Mike.
Well, Sam, it was 2nd and 12, so he actually got about 4 or 5.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. I forgot about the kneel down by Laney there at the end of the 3rd scrimmage. So 3rd and 7, Hudson Wilharm can't field the high snap. He takes a big hit right as he collects it and loses his helmet. So East Duplin flying around early, and man, that was a big lick he took on the shotgun snap. He fielded it and corralled it, but right about the time he secured the ball, he took a big lick, so it'll set up about 4th and 15.
Yeah, Andy's got to come off the field, so what do you do here? Go for it, I guess.
Hoggard bringing in the backup quarterback, Andrew Hubert.
It's a tough ask. 4th, 15.
And Hoggard just going to hand it off to Bellamy. He's fighting for it, but he's going to be about 3 or 4 yards shy of the line to gain. And here comes East Duplin to take over on offense at its own 26-yard line.
Yeah, Sam, we got a couple heavy hitters here, right? Hoggard always a challenge, always good. They're one of those teams that kind of never rebuilds. They always reload, right? And then you got East Duplin, who won the state title last year. Doesn't matter if they're a small school versus a big school. It's skill versus skill at this point.
East Duplin also a wing T team, a lot like Wallace Rose Hill. East Duplin did lose a lot of players off that state championship team, but head coach Battle Holly told us Tuesday that expectations were still high. It's a good group he's got. Said it's just going to take some time. And his words, not mine. He said it'll look a little different in October than it does this weekend in Charlotte.
One of the benefits, though, of having a deep run into the playoffs like that is the reps. So they might the guys that are coming up, they might not have got those game reps, but they definitely got the practice reps, right? So you're talking several games into the postseason to get all the way there. That sometimes is half a season in itself.
And he mentioned that, Mike, in my interview with him, that one of the biggest pluses of the state championship run was a lot of those JV guys that got caught up and got to practice with them from pretty much the first weekend of, or the last couple weekends of October all the way through the first weekend in December.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, even I think back to my experience, my high school team was pretty good. We made some pretty deep runs, and I look back and I actually got to play almost an entire extra season of football because of that. So very
there's
valuable.
a lot of value in those practice reps. So 3rd and 7, ball's at the 30-yard line. East Duplin needs the 37 for a first down. So they go under center and kind of bark out a cadence and then look to the sideline for the play. Thought I heard a whistle in there somewhere. Delay a game penalty against the Panthers. We'll take that 3rd and 7 and turn it into a 3rd and 12.
See, and that's tough because, like you said, they look to the sideline to get the play, and so as a coach, do you blame yourself on that, or do you kind of get frustrated at the team? Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they were just like getting the play with like 6 seconds left on the play clock. So to get back and get set and call out the cadence, they were in a hurry kind of from the start on that one. Little toss sweep. Running back upended after about a gain of 6 yards. East Duplin's gonna be about 4 yards shy of the line to gain, and it looks like they are going to bring on the punting unit. And the tailback handles the punting duties. Man, the 2A football is a beautiful thing.
And that's what, I appreciate that, man. You got guys playing both ways, getting reps, staying athletes. I think that's fun to watch. Oh my gosh. bet they're happy it's a dead ball. It's a scrimmage.
Yep. The snap hit one of the upbacks, I think, and rolled down. And so East Duplin just picks it up and kicks a hard line drive to left. So it'll be moved to the 31-yard line where Hoggard will take over its first, I guess, real possession, or first possession with a fresh set of downs, I should say. And Mike, the difference, man, in 4A, a big 4A team, and East Duplin. Look at Hoggard's got like 4 different units, the one on the field, and at least, 3 lineups worth on the bench. And there's Sessom, Session, on the catch. Looks like, nope, they're going to call it a first down.
Yeah, going back to the numbers thing, it's wild to me that you see guys playing single side of the ball where you can break off the offense when the defense is on the field. You can break off the defense when the offense is on the field. It's late, Sam. I'm stumbling over my words. But
I'm right there with you.
It's a huge benefit to the team in that regard for sure.
Incomplete pass intended for number 11, Bo Tops. We'll set up a 2nd and 10 from the 42-yard line of the Vikings. 9:09 left in the first quarter. Hoggard coming off an 8-4 season a year ago. Lost 1 game in league play. East Duplin, again, the defending 2A state champs. There's Michael Bellamy, stud running back. He is a senior. Coach Underwood spoke very highly of him in the coach interview on Tuesday at the Media Day luncheon. He is just expecting a really big year from senior tailback Michael Bellamy.
Yeah, I mean, and you just look at the size of him. It's almost as big as his offensive line, which is you love to see it in a running back.
Yeah, he's a nice-sized kid. Slant to Session, caught, trying to split the safeties, and he can't quite do it, but he is down at the 20-yard line, gain of about 35 yards, and a Hoggard first down.
And that's what having a good running back does. We said it earlier, it just sets up the pass because you have to be respective of that running back and what they can do. I mean, we've already had 2 runs for 5 to 6 yards each. And then you just gash them like that.
False start. Going to be a 1st and 15. The man in motion was number 14, John Mason. It was not the culprit there, but notice Mr. Mason in motion there. Wilharm and Bellamy in the backfield for the Vikings. And Mike, a play like that, that's kind of what these scrimmages are for, right? Get a game-like setting, going to make some mistakes, try to clean them up before the season begins.
Absolutely, yeah. If you're going to make a mistake, today's the day to do it because it doesn't really matter. It's all about practice reps.
Another bit of a high snap, and East Duplin swarms the ball carrier. Let me ask you this, Mike, and I'm sure you can give good insight here. As far as offensive line play and offense in general, does a high snap or low snap like that, does it disrupt anybody but the quarterback and running back? Does it have any effect on the offense in its entirety?
I would say absolutely, yeah. It disrupts the timing. I mean, you got some plays like traps, counters, that sort of stuff that, you're anticipating a running back being in a certain spot. And if you're a quarter second, half second late, that goes from a breaking the line to getting tackled behind the line.
Nice tackle right there after John Mason made the catch on the play-action passing play. So, man, that false Hoggard just humming along, and then a false start penalty and tackle for loss on first down, and then another tackle for loss on second, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a 3rd and 16. Wilharm drops back, fires it out to the left. Session, the intended receiver, and it falls incomplete. So let's see what Hoggard does on a 4th and 16 here from the 28-yard line.
Yeah, that was great coverage in terms of blocking from the offensive line. You had plenty of time to throw it. So, again, kind of early season rust, timing, whatever you want to call it. So did the receiver run too far, or did the quarterback just not get the ball there? But something I'm sure they're going to shake out by the end of the season. That was just thrown into triple coverage.
Yeah. Session, the intended receiver, and East Duplin had 2 kids. And I think it may have worked out better as it was, incomplete. Now they get the ball up, from the line of scrimmage. But it looked like 2 East Duplin kids were both there and could have intercepted it, kind of collided, and it fell to the turf.
That always bothered me, both as a fan of a team or when you're playing on the field and somebody makes that kind of mistake. The good, like you said, the good football decision there is bat the ball down, get the first down further up the field. But sometimes guys see the ball and you just think, I got to get it.
Yeah, and a DB, man, interceptions are everything. So, you try to – those opportunities don't present themselves all the time. So when it does happen, you really want to corral that thing. 7 yards on first down. A good speaking of good offensive line play, there was a nice hole there for the East Duplin back, number 39. He's a good-looking kid.
Yeah, and obviously East Duplin, both numbers and size-wise, smaller than Hoggard. But when you run a system like the wing T, it really gives your offensive linemen, no matter how big they are, opportunities to create leverage and create momentum so that you can get those big gashing runs.
I think they're going to give them a first down there. Ball was marked out at the 39-yard line. Oh, no, we're going to have first down. They are signaling, move the chain. So first down, East Duplin. It'll be 1st and 10 Panthers at their own 39-yard line. 6 minutes left in the opening quarter. This one's still scoreless. The Mid-Eastern Conference leads tonight overall. So Topsail, Hanover, and Laney have outscored Northside Jacksonville, Havelock, and Wallace Rose Hill 69-42. Hoggard snuffs that one out for a loss of yardage.
You have to wonder, what's it, almost 10:30 at night. Both teams looking just a little bit, offensively at least, a little bit kind of laggard. So it is the time of day kind of playing into that a little bit.
Yeah, and it's probably a long day. I mean, these kids have probably been maybe meet at the school at 4 o'clock and, then we'll travel and do this. There's no telling, what a long day it's been. Man, a good throw. He put that right on the money, but it was incomplete. So 3rd and 13 for the Panthers. Ball's at their own 36-yard line. 5:02 left in the opening frame.
Yeah, you can kind of tell there's a lack of juice on both sidelines right now, even in the fans.
Yeah. Library-like feel. Everyone's kind of sitting around. I know it's past my bedtime and probably a few others here tonight as well. Handoff up the middle, picked up about 5 yards to the 41, but East Duplin about 8 yards shy of the line to gain.
Yeah, most of the time you're not going to get upset when the running back gets to that second level. That's telling you got 3 to 5 yards. But on 3rd and long, creating a 4th and long, kind of a somewhat disappointing play.
Better snap that time, and a pretty good kick over toward the right. Fielded cleanly by Hoggard's number 4, Trey Nixon, the senior defensive back and punt returner. And Hoggard's offense will trot back on the field with 4:27 left in the first quarter. No blood so far in this one, 0-0. The cumulative scores, Mid-Eastern Conference teams, which have been, again, Topsail, New Hanover, and Laney have outscored Northside, Havelock, and Wallace Rose Hill 69-42 so far tonight. Another high snap, Mike. Yeah. But a wide receiver screen complete to number 11, Bo Tops. He's 2nd and 1 from the 35-yard line. A lot of people in the stadium, Mike, is intently watching that clock to see if it's rolling. What is it, 10:30? I don't even know.
Yeah, they're hoping for runs and complete passes inbounds.
Yep. Oh, running back there, number 5, Jacob Supak took a couple of East Duplin Panthers for a ride there and picked up a first down. I'm sorry, folks, that was number 9, Javion Joseph Fontaine,
Hoggard
the senior running back.
Looking like they're getting some momentum here. Let's see if they can kind of capitalize.
Oh, Will Harp took a hit when he released it. It's picked off. East Duplin's got an interception, and he slipped down the 48-yard line, tripped him up. But number 1 with the interception.
Yeah, that's great team defense right there. They get the pressure on the quarterback, hit him while he's throwing, and obviously when the ball is just kind of a lame duck up in the air because the quarterback got hit, so you're hoping and praying that as a defense somebody gets up underneath it, and they were able to do that.
Trying to see where the pressure came from. Oh, blitz. A linebacker came right through the line of scrimmage. It was number 12 with the interception, rather. Sorry about that, folks. I do not have numbers on my East Duplin roster, so I apologize to the Panther faithful who are tuned in tonight. Don't have numbers on the roster, so I've got names and positions and grades, but no numbers. So my apologies for that. Boy, that's a tough run, Mike. That's the best 2-yard run I've seen all night. Wow.
Literally 5 guys, half the team to tackle him and get him down to the ground. Like you said, a tough 2-yard run, and he got hit in the backfield.
Man, Mike, East Duplin had a kid last year named Avery Gaby, and he was a running back, safety. We interviewed him, I believe, at the Media Day luncheon last year. Impressive young man. He did a bit of everything for East Duplin. I think he led him in receiving, rushing, touchdowns, tackles. I mean, he was just a heck of a high school football player.
And that's what you need for a team the size of East Duplin. You got to have those guys that can do everything.
Now, Mike, is it I guess it's normal or would be commonplace for a school of a 2A school, a much smaller school, to struggle with the girth and the sheer size of that Hoggard defensive front. I mean, those are big guys they're trying to move around up there in the trenches.
Well, obviously, yeah, it's the more bodies you have, the more bodies you have, right? So, like I was saying earlier, they might be outsized, but the system that they run and the opportunities that they have will create those opportunities to score and drive down the field. You see it similar to like teams like Army and Navy who run those kind of things. They're completely undersized for a Division I school, but they still kind of hold their own a little bit.
Yep. And Mike, that was right as you were saying that was I mean, when you execute it, it is difficult to stop. And number 3 just ran through that line. I mean, like he was shot out of a cannon and got the yardage for a first down, and now East Duplin's got 1st and 10 at the 40. Play action pass. Threw it behind the intended receiver. That'll bring up a 2nd and 10. And here's a luxury Hoggard has that an East Duplin doesn't. Here come 3 brand new, fresh defensive linemen into the game. And a team with 25 players dressed out just does not have that luxury.
And what you're hoping here is, some of those guys that are subbing in, they are fresh. You're hoping they get a little too aggressive. You're hoping that they kind of run upfield because then it allows you to play those traps and counters up the middle.
Another strong run by East Duplin to about the 38-yard line. Got 2 or 3 yards to set up a 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. Can't help but wonder if at this spot on the field, if East Duplin's maybe thinking 2 plays for 8 yards here. We'll see what head coach Battle Holly and the Panthers elect to do here on 3rd and 8. Will they keep it on the ground with their bread and butter, or do they put it in the air?
Yeah, East Duplin kind of dealing with that feast or famine offense. They're getting 4, 5, 6, 7 yards, or they're getting none.
I think Zach Brown is the quarterback, number 4. I think.
Look at that kick out. Oh, great defensive play.
Yep.
The lineman got there, but the offensive lineman got there to the defensive lineman, but he was able to kind of stuff that guard in the hole and then fight him to make the tackle.
Yeah. And 13, Malachi West, one of the premier defensive players in the Mid-Eastern Conference, is the kid who just made that play. I think he finished the season with 13 sacks. Zach Brown is, in fact, the quarterback. His father played at East Duplin, I'm being told. So, again, for anyone watching, this scrimmage, no one has scored. It's 0-0. And now Zach Brown is running for his life, trying to turn the corner. He's brought down by 21. Samuel Reagan Prenti, another player, head coach Craig Underwood, mentioned in his Tuesday interview that he would count on, one of the returning leading tacklers from last year. So, folks, if you're just joining us and you see the score is cumulative. So, again, Topsail, New Hanover, and Laney combined to outscore Northside Jacksonville, Havelock, and Wallace Rose Hills 69-42. Topsail defeated Northside 27-14. New Hanover defeated Havelock 14-7, and Laney defeated Wallace Rose Hill 28-21. That score adds up to 69-42. There has been no score in the East Duplin-Hoggard scrimmage through almost one quarter of play.
Honestly, impressive showing by East Duplin to keep Hoggard to no points.
Boy, that's some nifty running there by number 9, Joseph Fontaine. Javion Joseph Fontaine with a big carry, runs out of bounds at the 27-yard line. Do we have a flag way back here? And it's against the Vikings, and surely East Duplin will accept that one, and that will push them back and negate Joseph Fontaine's big run. Looks like we got a lot of action on the live stream this evening. Probably some folks laying in bed tuning in as late as it is tonight. Again, a big thanks to Nathan Evers and expert camera crew Ian Lopez and Brent Gallant with first-class camera work all night. And a special shout-out to Aaron Wilharm, DDS, dentist of one Nathan Evers. And most importantly tonight, father of Hoggard quarterback Hudson Wilharm, as Javion Joseph Fontaine busts through the line of scrimmage and into the secondary for a big gain, and that's going to set up Hoggard with a first down at the 36-yard line. And we'll see how this drive ends when we come back after the break. Still scoreless, Hoggard versus East Duplin, but the Mid-Eastern Conference teams with a 27-point lead through 3.5 scrimmages. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back for the finish of the nightcap. And we're back for the start of the final quarter of the first night of the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree. Hoggard has a 1st and 10 at the 36-yard line. Wilharm pass out to Session. It's complete. Session's got running room. Drag down at the 18-yard line. It's a gain of 18 yards and a Hoggard first down.
Hoggard oddly starting the second quarter about right where they started the first quarter, right?
Yep. Almost exactly. Probably within 5 yards of that spot. So Hoggard going a little tempo here. Joseph Fontaine runs into a brick wall of East Duplin defensive linemen. And Mike, I'm with you here. I feel the Panthers have more than held their own so far.
I think it's very impressive for a school the size of East Duplin. Granted the success that they had last year, but like you said, they graduated a lot of seniors. To come in here late at night, hold the behemoth that is the Hoggard Vikings scoreless in one quarter.
So 2nd and 10 after no gain. Play action pass. Wilharm's got a man. Oh, man, a big hit. One guy grabbed him up top, and another East Duplin linebacker came and nailed number 34, Isaiah Newkirk.
Isaiah Newkirk Another rugby guy. He can take a hit. I'm not worried about him.
Well, he popped up like it was nothing.
Absolutely
Nothing. I mean, it was. I think it was probably one of those ones that looked worse from up here than it was, but good catch and run. Picked up about 8 yards, setting up a 3rd and 2. Joseph Fontaine gets the handoff. He's dragged down, and he's going to be shy of the line to gain, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's going to set up 4th down. Referees signaling 4th down. So approaching the 10.5-minute mark here in the final scrimmage of the night. Still waiting for first blood. No, these teams are scoreless through almost 14 minutes of game action. Hoggard faces a 4th and about a half yard from the 8.5-yard line. Still in the shotgun. They're going to throw it. And he's wide open, walks into the end zone. Bo tops. It is a touchdown, Vikings. So Hoggard with a 6-0 lead. They strike first with 10:16 left in the ball game here tonight. Crowd goes wild.
Yeah, there's still a lot of people here, actually, surprising. Yes. That's kind of a tough break for East Dublin. You know, they've been playing well. We've been talking about it. Like you said, Hoggard did go tempo on them, so you kind of aren't getting those breaks. They still laid some wood, but ultimately Hoggard able to kind of squeak that one in there.
Extra point is up and good. And, Mike, here's a look at that 4th down play.
The running total, the Mid-Eastern Conference, 76. The Guest, 42.
Yeah, East Dublin had 3 defenders on 2 receivers, just not in the right spot.
So the Hoggard touchdown and subsequent extra point takes the Mid-Eastern Conference lead to 76-42. So a 34-point difference right now between the Mid-Eastern Conference foes and visitors, if you will. Remember, tomorrow night, 4 more scrimmages on tap for you. We've got South Columbus versus Ashley, Kinston versus the host school, West Brunswick. Then we've got Whiteville and North Brunswick at 7 p.m. and East Bladen versus South Brunswick at 8 p.m. So 4 more scrimmages on deck for tomorrow night as East Duplin is stopped for a 1-yard gain on 1st and 10, bringing up a 2nd and 9 from the 26. Wheel route, very nearly picked off by 23, Josiah Gillespie.
That was good coverage by Hoggard. It's really tough when you go, you're not expecting them to go to the short side of the field, right? So a lot of the receivers kind of flowed over to the wide side, leaving that wheel route. Just didn't quite hit him where you needed to.
3rd and 9 for East Duplin at the 26-yard line of the Panthers. 9.5 minutes left in this one. Little toss sweep to the left. Hoggard all over it. Ball carrier picked up maybe a yard to the 27. And looks like East Duplin will punt it away. A low driving punt, fielded cleanly about the 31-yard line by number 0, Kamar Fulton. So Hoggard's offense will come back on the field with exactly 9 minutes left, and the Vikings holding a 7-0 lead over East Duplin.
Yeah, I don't know how many guys are playing both ways for East Duplin, but that's kind of, if you're one of those guys who's just playing defense, you're not getting much break there, right?
No, 3 plays and a punt and back on. And, Mike, I mean, I'm just trying to count up here, 12, 13, 14, 15. I mean, it doesn't look like they have more than about – oh, a fumble. Ball's on the ground.
I believe East Duplin has recovered it. Yeah, backside blitz there. Looked like Wilharm took a shot to the back, fumbled the ball by no fault of his own. Panthers recover, and now we're in business inside the 30-yard line of the Vikings.
Yeah, that's all. I've never played quarterback, but I can imagine that's a tough break here. Guy comes from the backside. Number 15 has no idea he's coming and just gets nailed.
Yep, 27-yard line. They'll take over. Man, number 2 there. I think that's Nate Jones, senior strong safety.
East Duplin's first chance really inside the red zone tonight.
Oh, some trickery.
And they got snuffed
and
out.
it got destroyed by number 13, Malachi West, who, again, had 13 sacks on the year last year. So that it was like a pitch that they run, and then a kind of a counter to another back, and Hoggard was all over it.
Yeah, that's one of those plays that, you try in the scrimmage, just see if it works. Didn't quite work. I don't know if they'll go back to that, but they have an idea for next time.
Picked off late and over the middle is a bad combo, and here comes number 23, Josiah Gillespie, runs it back inside the 35-yard line of East Duplin. And, man, after forcing a big takeaway, East Duplin gives it away on the interception by Josiah Gillespie. Here it is again.
I want to give a shout-out to number 62 on East Duplin. He's playing offensive line. He comes down here and makes the tackle, and no small feat. No small feat. He's a big guy. He's running.
Ran a long way.
I actually led my team in tackles after interceptions.
Hey, there you go.
It helps when you're the pulling guard because then you're running towards the interception.
Still got to bring him down to the turf. And now Michael Bellamy gets loose down to the 25-yard line, a gain of about 10. There's some confusion there.
Yeah, we'll call it 10. They call it a first down.
Yeah, the chains are moving. Clock continues to run, so that's all well and good.
Still got these high snaps on Hoggard, but didn't bother him.
Michael Bellamy stiff arms one and brought down again right at the line to gain. Going to be very close to a first down.
This is where the depth really starts to kind of play into it. You can just see the East Duplin guys, whether it's the time of night, whether it's just the fact that Hoggard's just been grinding it out. It's just hard to commit to the tackles, get low, all that sort of stuff when you're starting to feel this way.
Yeah, and again, a lot of the teams, it's their first game action, so they come out and they're pumped full of adrenaline, and then, once you settle into the game, fatigue can set in. Some of the coaches were explaining to me at the media day luncheon. So Brian Davis of North Brunswick was interested to see how what kind of shape his kids were in after that initial wave of adrenaline kind of wore off for his troops.
And I think you kind of saw it too. The first game was a little slow to start. This game's a little slow at the end. But the sweet spot was those two games, right, in the middle, because that's right around game time. That's what that's what you're training for. That's what you're anticipating. That's what you're used to.
Third and 4. Wilharm fires a pass over to the left, and it's complete.
Wow.
Complete. Nice catch over there by number 2, Skylar Merrill, the senior wide receiver, made a nice play to get his feet inbounds, and it's a first down Vikings, first and goal at the 9-yard line. 6:50 rather, left in the ball game. Hoggard leads this game 7-0.
Wow. He was met at the line of scrimmage, broke a tackle, and still managed to get a couple of yards.
It got down to about the 5 or 6, picked up 3 or 4 yards there.
Short pickup for the Vikings, brings up second down.
Second and goal from the 5, handoff up the middle, and he's going to walk in. That is number 9, Javion Joseph Fontaine. 5-yard touchdown run, puts Hoggard in front. 13-0 in this scrimmage and increases the MEC lead to 82-42.
Yeah, he went in there untouched.
Man, that was a gaping hole.
Yep.
Hoggard on for the point after try. Good snap. Hold got down. Kick got through. Maybe not the most aesthetically pleasing. Mike, check out this blocking job by this offensive line.
Yeah, the guard didn't even hit anybody till the second level. So when you got that and you only got 5 yards to go, you know you're going to have a nice, easy walk-in touchdown.
Yeah, pretty impressive job finishing off that drive after the interception by Josiah Gillespie set Hoggard up fairly deep into East Duplin territory, and it's capped off by a Javion Joseph Fontaine 5-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, you know, they say that cliche about, you know, turnovers and all that, and you kind of tell in just the demeanor of East Duplin. They had that major fumble recovery, got in deep into Hoggard territory, quickly turned it back over, and then Hoggard goes down and scores. Can be pretty defeating, if I'm being honest.
First and 10 run by East Duplin. Just nowhere to run for the Panthers in between the tackles. Have had a couple of nice chunk gains offensively, but for the most part it's been a pretty dominant effort by the Vikings defensively.
Yeah, East Duplin, we talked earlier, I mentioned, you know, it's feast or famine, and they haven't had much to eat the last couple of drives here.
It's just not a whole lot of running room for the Panthers. Fullback trap, a little bit more right there. And look at that run. Man, talk about finishing a run.
Big run for number 39 for the Panthers.
It's always impressive because the fullback's getting less of a head start than the running back typically when they're getting the ball.
This is a total guess, but I'm guessing that's Malcolm Boney, 39.
You got
a
one in 25 chance, right?
Yeah, that's right. And there is who we think might be Malcolm Boney again.
Yes.
Runs enough for a first down.
It was the same play, just to the left.
East Duplin's found a little bit of success the last couple of snaps with that kid running the football. Drop back pass, 101 shot. Kind of a 50-50 ball on the deep ball. Really good coverage there.
Excellent coverage. I mean, he was on that kid the whole way.
Was trying to get a number of the defensive back, but
Second and 10, you think they go back to the run game a little bit here, Sam?
yeah, I think so. Kind of their bread and butter. It's just not every week that they're trying to block a defensive front like Hoggard's. There's a crease from the East Duplin offensive line, and East Duplin ran right through it for about 12, 13 yards and a first down. The ball is marked right at midfield, just below the Trojan logo on your screen. It'll set up a 1st and 10 for the Panthers. 4 minutes, 20 seconds left in the ball game. Hoggard has outscored East Duplin 14-0 in this 4th and final scrimmage of the night. And there they go around the left side. Got a lot of running room, and that is a nice tackle. I think that's 12. Braden Stevens, who was also the defensive back on that nice coverage down the field
and he actually
a minute ago.
He had options on which hole he wanted to run through. They pulled to the left. The first puller kicked out the defensive lineman, so the guard kind of pulled up to head up the hole that way, and he actually just ran it all the way up to the outside in a foot race, and very successful.
There's that handoff up the middle again. Not a whole lot of running room, maybe a yard shy of the line to gain. So East Duplin will have a 3rd and 1 from the 41-yard line. They need the 40 or just past the 40 actually, for a first down. 39's done some tough running.
Yeah, he's also a pretty big guy, man.
He is. Man, they're going to feed him again. And look at there. He got stopped initially and had a good second effort. I don't know about that. He's going to be short about a yard. I thought he got much closer to the 40 than that. But, you know, the referee has a much better look at it than I do.
He's a little closer than we are.
Yep. So 4th and 1 here. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in the final scrimmage of the night. This is the 4th scrimmage. We had Laney and Wallace Rose Hill before this one. It was 28-21 Laney. New Hanover defeated Havelock 14-7. And in the opener, Topsail outscored Northside 27-14. And there we go, Mike. My favorite short yardage play in the playbook, the quarterback sneak. And it is successfully converted by East Duplin, and Zach Brown in the offense will stay on the field.
Zach Brown, the quarterback, sneaks it through, brings up a first down for the Panthers.
1st and 10 at the 39-yard line of the Vikings. 2 minutes and 12 seconds left in this one. Tall sweep, picks up
Hey, they're grinding, man.
2 or 3 yards.
This is one of the more impressive drives that they've had this game. This is what you got to do sometimes. You kind of got to just go back to your bread and butter, find what's working, and do it till they stop you.
Yeah, and try to end this night on a positive note. You know, it's been a good drive, a couple 3rd and short conversions, a 4th and 1 conversion. And who knows, maybe if you pop one, you can get on the scoreboard before it's said and done. Oh, fumble. And Hoggard recovers. And number 21, Reagan Prenti.
It's where
maybe it was 20 Weston.
Kind of dangerous if they're getting pressure, if they get pressure on that play. That's kind of what happened there. You get a little jumpy, trying to run before you catch the ball.
Yep, good eyes by Jimmy Caraway there. It was 20 Walker Weston on the fumble recovery for the Vikings. So now Will Harmon Company will come back. Session makes the grab and falls down at the 48-yard line, which keeps the clock moving, which won't disappoint anyone in attendance here tonight, particularly those like Nathan Evers who have been here since, 3 o'clock this afternoon? 2 o'clock? Hoggard keeps it on the ground on 2nd and short and picks up enough for the first down yardage. 39 for East Duplin is a young man by the name of Sean Davis. So Malcolm Boney, whoever you are, I'm sure you're a good player too, but Sean Davis is number 39 who's been the leading rusher for East Duplin here tonight. And Mike, if I remember correctly from my interview with East Duplin head coach Battle Holly, Zach Brown, the quarterback, is one of the kids who returned off that state championship team. So if you're going to be young and inexperienced, at least it's nice to have your quarterback, your signal caller, back from your state championship team. I know quarterback can only make so much of a difference, but they do have someone who's played a lot of football behind center. Never a bad thing for East Duplin or any high school football team for that matter.
Yeah, experience never hurts, particularly at the quarterback position.
So Hoggard facing a 1st and 10 from the East Duplin 43-yard line. Well, I'm anxious to see what Nas Session can do this year. Hampton Roderick, one of the premier receivers
in the leagues, Amir Batts from New Hanover, and then you got Nas Session here at Hoggard, who is a dangerous playmaker. I tell you what, East Duplin's defensive fronts played awfully well, if you ask me.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've been saying it all night. It's impressive what they were able to do in the first quarter. Even, you know, giving up a couple touchdowns here in the second. They're fighting, which is impressive.
So 2nd and 11 after a loss of 1. Got about 25 seconds left in this one. The ball carrier was number 8, Tamir Webb, the senior running back. And let's see if Hoggard is going to snap it one more time. No, they're kind of hurrying to the line like they're going to run one more play. The game clock is down to 5 seconds. Wilharm calling for the snap. He's got it. They are going to run one more play, and it's going to end on a positive note from East Duplin as they sling the ball carrier down for a loss of a couple yards. And that is where the Mid-Eastern Conference will take over tomorrow night when Ashley takes on South Columbus. Mike, your thoughts on the last 2 games of the night, Wallace versus Laney, and then East Duplin versus Hoggard?
I mean, so just going to this game, like we've been talking about for the most part, you know, East Duplin, for how small they are, they went up against a pretty stacked team in Hoggard and did well, I would say. The Laney team definitely has some positives going into this year. That quarterback wide receiver connection that they had was super impressive. What, 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns, something like that. Overall, I think it was a great night of football, great way to kick off the season. Excited to come back tomorrow and do it all again.
It's going to be fun, so much fun, in fact, that we're going to come back to West Brunswick High School tomorrow, and as Mike said, do it all over again. For Mike Maurer, Nathan Evers, Brent Gallant, and Ian Lopez, I'm Sam Hickman with Focus Broadband TV. We will see you tomorrow night for the second and final night of the Bash at the Beach Football Jamboree.